Adesso leggiamo la pratica, però dopo aver fatto il Tonglen, dopo aver emanato così tanta energia positiva in tutto l'universo, siamo anche consapevoli che siamo degli esseri molto fortunati perché abbiamo trovato il Dharma e rigioiamo del fatto che abbiamo questo potenziale. Cerchiamo di recitare la preghiera effettiva con forza, coraggio e tanta determinazione, che consapevoli che questa pratica funziona veramente. Cerchiamo di ricordarci al karma collettivo che questa pratica produce e vogliamoci bene, nel senso che siamo veramente in grado di fare qualcosa di molto utile per gli altri, no? Quindi leggiamola proprio con il cuore aperto e la determinazione che stiamo facendo una pratica molto importante e che siamo esseri speciali. Ecco, questo ve lo voglio dire, no? Non è il momento adesso di pensare non ce la posso fare, sì, ma i maestri così, io no. No, adesso prendiamoci tutti per mano come un grande girotondo, cerchiamo di abbracciarci virtualmente, perché in questo momento dobbiamo essere molto uniti, compatti, con la bandiera dell'amore proprio, no? E quindi non abbiate dubbi, siete veramente esseri speciali, perché il Dharma è difficilissimo da trovare, veramente. Anche il fatto che siamo esseri umani è una cosa veramente molto preziosa, la rinascita umana. Quindi lasciamo perdere tutte le cose che di solito, anch'io, ci diciamo, no? Non abbiate dubbi, siete fantastici, veramente. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti grahi, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza si sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche, altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificata. E che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari supremi, col potere delle dachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche, preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Adesso pensiamo che Chenrezig entra attraverso il chakra del nostro capo, entra dentro di noi e diventiamo di un solo sapore con lui e con il nostro Guru Radice. Pensiamo che l'amore, la compassione di Chenrezig e del Dalai Lama pervade tutto il nostro corpo, parola e mente. Diciamo grazie per 3 volte, grazie, grazie, grazie a questa opportunità che ci è stata regalata dai nostri maestri. Questa meravigliosa luce esce attraverso i pori della nostra pelle e va a inondare tutti gli universi e a toccare tutti gli esseri senzienti dei 6 reami, che in questo modo ricevono le benedizioni, guariscono e sono totalmente liberati dalle loro sofferenze. La luce rientra dentro il nostro cuore, ancora più energizzata, e facciamo le offerte a tutti i Buddha e Bodhisattva, offerte di acqua da bere, meravigliosa fonte, l'acqua più pura che c'è nella terra, acqua per i piedi, per lavare i piedi, fiori, giardini e meravigliosi alberi fioriti, tutto quello che è più bello nella natura riguardo ai fiori. Poi la luce di 1000 soli che abbaglia l'ombra che se ne va e migliaia di soli o lumini o candele, comunque offriamo a tanta, tanta luce. Profumi, i profumi più deliziosi, cibo meraviglioso, cibo che tutti possono desiderare, e musica celestiale, musica rock, quello che vi piace di più, perché è l'offerta dell'energia che voi esprimete che è importante. Quindi vi piace una cosa, esprimete un'energia che il campo dei meriti raccoglie. Quindi anche la musica non deve essere per forza tibetana, vi piace una musica piuttosto che un'altra, va benissimo. Un profumo non deve essere per forza il patchouli, ma può essere veramente lo Chanel. Quello che voi esprimete, che dalla gioia che provate pensando a una cosa che effettivamente viene raccolta ed è utile. Adesso pensiamo che tutto il campo dei meriti è veramente contento e compiaciuto ci rimanda indietro l'energia di 5 colori che entra dentro il nostro cuore e ci riempie completamente di gioia e di felicità. Ed è proprio questa gioia che noi adesso la rimandiamo di nuovo agli esseri viventi recitando la preghiera. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e dalle condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere dei redachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti grahe, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante e non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche, altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, col potere dei redachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la compassione dei guru e dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti grahi e dalle malattie dei Buddhas e degli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche, altre malattie infettive, e cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose. I 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari supremi, con il potere delle dachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Passiamo alle dediche. Possa la preziosa e suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata, e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre di più. Sansara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca, e causa ed effetto, l'origine dipendente, sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna e che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possano essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più, senza eccezione. Pensiamo in particolar modo a tutti, agli infermieri, ai dottori, a tutto il personale sanitario degli ospedali, delle case di riposo e delle case dei centri di salute mentali, e recitiamo una mala di mantra per loro. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Pensiamo anche a tutte le persone che sono in guerra, e adesso ce ne sono veramente, veramente tantissime, e quindi recitiamo una strofa perché anche tutti questi sfollati possano avere una loro ubicazione, possano le menti dei grandi politici cercare di trovare delle soluzioni immediate verso la pace. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Pensiamo a tutti i maestri elementari, sia i maestri delle scuole perché possano avere anche loro forza, coraggio e prendere le decisioni, educare in maniera molto, molto positiva tutti gli studenti. In particolare pensiamo che il progetto Alice possa essere conosciuto e praticato in tutte le scuole del mondo come un'educazione globale, un'etica universale di amore e compassione. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Pensiamo a tutte le persone che sono morte, in particolare una ragazzina che si chiama Gaia, e pensate alle persone che avete conosciuto e che purtroppo sono morte. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Possono avere un bardo molto sereno e possono riconoscere la luce e le impronte karmiche positive nel più breve tempo possibile e avere una rinascita fortunata vicino alle persone che praticano il Dharma. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. A tutti i compagni di Dharma, affinché non abbiano mai neanche una frazione di secondo dubbi e possano continuare con sforzo entusiastico la sublime pratica insegnata da Buddha Sakyamuni. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Un pensiero particolare a tutti gli abitanti dell'isola di Haiti che in questo momento sta subendo un gravissimo terremoto, conseguenze di un gravissimo terremoto. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Possa in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separata da guru perfetti, possa io godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni e sentieri, possa io ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara. Per la forza del vittorioso Tsongkhapa, che agisce come nostro diretto amico virtuoso Mahayana in tutte le nostre vite, possiamo non allontanarci mai, neppure per un secondo, dal puro sentiero ammirato dai vittoriosi. Possiamo, io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, incontrare gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losandrappa, che aveva la moralità di uno stile di vita purissimo, era coraggioso nella condotta estesa dei figli dei vittoriosi e ha realizzato lo yoga dei due stati, della suprema beatitudine vacuità. Come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco, l'aria, le medicine e il legno da ardere nei monasteri, possa io sempre essere usato dagli esseri senzienti esattamente come a loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Posso io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita, posso io considerarli ancora di più che di me stessa, possa il loro karma negativo maturare su di me, possano tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti non sono stati liberati dal samsara, possa io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se io potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. per tutti i meriti del passato, presente e futuro, accumulati da me, da innumerevoli Buddha e innumerevoli esseri senzienti, che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, possa io, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione, che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, e guidare tutti gli esseri, che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte, a quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, da solo, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte. Come l'eroe Manjushri e come Samantabhadra hanno realizzato il modo di essere delle cose, nello stesso modo dedico totalmente queste virtù affinché possano seguirli nel loro addestramento. Dedico totalmente tutte le mie radici di virtù con la dedica considerata come la suprema da tutti i vittoriosi che sono apparsi nei tre tempi per avere una condotta pura, affinché il sentiero del Dharma, del Re del Dharma Tsongkhapa prosperi, possano tutti i segni degli ostacoli essere pacificati e tutte le condizioni favorevoli essere completati. A causa dei due tipi di meriti, dei tre tempi di me stessa e degli altri, possano gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losandrapa illuminare e risplendere per sempre. Gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Tenzin Gyatso, ti supplico, possano i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Tu che detieni l'etica del soggiocatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi, diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Manionat, che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre supremi. Salvatore mio e degli altri dei tuoi discepoli, per favore ti prego, vivi a lungo. Grazie a tutti e passiamo la... Ciao Irene. Passiamo la parola.
Grazie Agata, grazie dei testimoniamenti di ogni tua parola.
Grazie a voi. Okay. Passo la parola a Venerabile Dancio.
Hello, Venerable Agata.
Hello.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Lars, Irena, who else is here? Chenrezig Institute. Hello. We'll just go quickly through the list that we know. Hello, Alessandra, Marie. Lovely to see you all. And yeah, I hope you're all well. And thank you very much. You had a long session today, Venerable Agata.
Thank you. Yes.
You did a double session. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Do you
It's a
prefer the
pleasure.
longer one?
You are welcome. Yes. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We see the next week.
See you next week. Much love.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye. Hello, everyone. That was Venerable Agata and the Italian crew. So it's always lovely to see sessions being well attended, especially when we thought initially to keep things maybe just in English, and then we thought, oh, what should we do? But it's lovely to see that the Italian branch, the Spanish branch, and the French all really are doing really well, and have such a wonderful following and support, not just on Zoom but also online. So thank you very much, everyone who supported. Thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute for their continued diligence and efforts to keeping us on air, both on YouTube and on Zoom. Thank you very much to anyone who's taken the time out in the day to join us. Okay, so got an hour on this one. So what I want to do, I just want to take this one a bit easy today. Lars is probably going like, easy, Frank, you never. Okay, there is a wonderful a few lines I want to read from Venerable Barry Curzon. He's not only a Western physician and physician to His Holiness, but he's also an ordained monk. And he's a very wise man, and he's very much interested in making sure people don't burn out. And he's written a beautiful book called No Fear, No Death. And within it, there are a few lines that I want to read, but what we do first, we just settle and take a few deep breaths. Calm our minds. Don't know what the weather's like where you are. It's been nice and sunny. Maybe, same as where you are, you had maybe a chance to just enjoy, engage in leisurely activities or just relaxing. But then you might also have been working. Then if you enjoy your job, sometimes job can be quite fulfilling in many ways, and quite relaxing, particularly when you really love what you do. And also, if you think about all the weather that is going on, if you've got fires in Greece, where were the flash floods? Japan. I think there are earthquakes somewhere else, and God, it's just all over the shop again. Then we have plundered Mother Nature quite extensively, and she's putting her foot down. We often think about taking care of others. Talk about having that our own liberation lies in showing compassion. When we think that we have to be compassionate, we often think that we have to be compassionate to everyone and every being, and we have to give ourselves to until we break up in pieces and are shattered. Well, that in itself is in many ways a dumb thing to do, because if you really want to help beings, the most efficient way is that you're functioning. And we often have to have self-compassion, and that is something we find often very, very hard. We're the first ones to criticize ourselves. We're the first ones to not see good sides in ourselves. And it's I heard it often when I spoke to my students, and I said, okay, well, tell me something that went well. And they struggle, but if you ask them what went wrong, they can just rattle off a list. And again, be kind to yourself, be compassionate. And because you don't know how to do brain surgery, it doesn't mean you have nothing to offer. Likewise, you might be a highly skilled brain surgeon, but you might be bad at tiling a bathroom. So we all have our skills. We all have our niche in the system. We should appreciate, what we all have to offer, to society. But the lines I wanted to read are these. He says, what have you done? The practice of compassion is very special, for it is the road to happiness. When we practice love and compassion, we feel good, like $1 million. But money cannot buy the deep inner feeling of well-being, joy, and tranquility. People and animals towards which we practice compassion also reap the benefits of concern and help. Practicing compassion is multifaceted. Firstly, there is compassion to ourselves, taking good care of ourselves. Many of us neglect caring for ourselves. Love and compassion start at home. So taking good care of oneself then ripples out to others. Eventually, we, in the practice of unconditional love and compassion, out of love and compassion go out equally to all living beings. This becomes an attitude, a way of life filled with meaning and joy. And that is from No Fear, No Death by Venerable Barry. And he's very, very poignant in what he's saying. Not exclusively, but particularly in the field of healthcare, we often see that give, 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 give. It is expected, particularly through the pandemic. We have seen health professionals. So I'm just trying to put my iPad so that I can see it in case somebody sends a message in. Particularly sort of in healthcare or care-related matters, you find a lot of people who just go in, you know, because they want to be there. They give everything they can, 12-hour shifts, staying on another 5 hours, never taking a day off, because we can't let the team down, we can't let the patients down. I remember many years ago when I was working on the wards, there was a young student nurse, and she said, on my shift, no one ever will die. That's a very, very unrealistic approach. And when she then had her first patient who, because of advanced illness, passed away, she couldn't hack it. She felt a failure. She felt really, really deep down. But again, it is an unrealistic thing. You know, we are of an impermanent structure. But she set the bar so high that failure was not an option. And she took it so hard, she really, really struggled with the role for a long, long time. So what Venerable Barry is saying is that be realistic, work within your scope, look after your own welfare. You don't want a doctor who has been without sleep for 7 days operate on you. And why should he? You know, why shouldn't he have a rest? You know, we make mistakes when we get too tired, when we're worn down, when we're stressed. You know, we get angry with people that love us because we just, you know, we have all been there. You know, we didn't feel well and we had to push on and push on and push on, and the pressure kept piling on. But the pressure that's piling on is the one we allow to be piled on. So it's good to say, okay, this is, you know, the level at which I can operate comfortably, safely, and to the maximum benefit. Might be different if you're in your very last shift and you say, you know what, I'll do an extra 3 hours to help them out. But again, often it's now seen as a necessity that we push ourselves way beyond. And sometimes we have to push ourselves. We have to push our limits to really appreciate what is feasible, what is achievable. It's very easy to just sit back and do nothing. But again, what we do needs to have benefit to others and benefit to ourselves. If we can't function, we're no good to other beings. So that is really what we need to take into consideration. Okay. So we start off with the verses from the King of Prayers. May ease the sufferings in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor, never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is the end of space, likewise limitless are living beings, thus limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. Okay. Let's visualize in the space in front of us our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig. And if you had the relevant initiations, please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, visualize the deity above the space of your head, the crown of your head, on the space in front of you. If you're following us from a different spiritual path, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion. And if you're following us from a path that does not engage with deities, just visualize a clear light and let that light be filled with love and compassion for all beings. Visualize that light emanates from the Guru's body and goes out in all 10 directions across the 6 realms. And each light beam filled with love, compassion, and purifying nectar finds one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings and enters them through the crown of their heads. As the light enters, it purifies away all negative karma and delusions of past lifetimes, all the negative actions of body, speech, and mind, atom by atom, and the space between those atoms. Feel how the purifying action is taking place. As you feel more and more refreshed, more the negative karma being removed from your system, from your way of thinking, your way of talking, the way of acting. There's more and more is revealed, removed. More and more of our true nature, our Buddha nature is being revealed. And we recognize that because of the actions of body, speech, and mind, so much suffering has been caused. Not just to others, but also to ourselves in return. We ask our mother sending beings for forgiveness, acknowledging our faults, promising from now on to do better. Again, it will take some time to get out of the habit of acting a certain way. And as Aristotle said, we are what we repeatedly do. Excellent then is not an act, but a habit. Becoming excellent is what we're striving for. Give excellent benefit to all mother sentient beings, be excellent with compassion, but also be compassionate with ourselves. So if your mind wanders through this practice, it's not the end of the world, just we should notice and reset. You make a mistake. Okay, you look at the mistake, why did it happen? What were the causes? Something you can do about fix it. Try again. No worries. Just be kind. Be patient. And feeling the benefits of a calmer mind and more compassion and the purification that's taking place, we ask our mother sentient beings to join us and take a refuge in the Guru, so that they too may be liberated from samsaric existence. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Lakis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having called upon all Mother Sending Beings to join us in taking refuge, the Guru is pleased, the Guru smiles, and as the Guru smiles, we can feel the purifying nectar intensifying more and more. And more, as more and more of the purifying light nectar is poured into our bodies, more and more purification is taking place, and more of our Buddha nature is being revealed. We begin to glow atom by atom and begin to exchange our light back to the Guru. Exchanging ourselves with the Guru, becoming one with the Guru. We also begin to exchange ourselves with all Mother Sentient Beings, who likewise exchange themselves with others and the Guru. Ultimately, we are all becoming one with the Guru. We become one within one another, one source of love and compassion, one source of light that dispels all darkness of negative karma and samsara, shining like a beacon for those who are still lost in the darkness, but also shining into the darkness to actively seek out those who are still lost. As we recite the Mani mantra, we keep on visualizing how we exchange ourselves with the Guru and all Mother Sentient Beings, becoming pure and purer, brighter and brighter, becoming all one light that shines radiantly like the sun, providing warmth, comfort, orientation, safety, and hope. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. 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 Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Having recognized our faults, having asked our mother sentient beings for forgiveness, and having given ourselves forgiveness for the actions of body, speech, and mind of past lifetimes, and having made the promise to from now on do whatever we can to improve our actions to be of benefit to all mother sentient beings, so that all beings may enjoy the happiness that's free from suffering. So having taken refuge in the Guru and having exchanged ourselves through the prayer of Mani Padme Hum, and having exchanged ourselves with the Guru, our mother sentient beings, may we now visualize ourselves as pure and holding on to that pure state for as long as we possibly can. For some of us, it may only be a few seconds, minutes, maybe the duration of these prayers. For some, it may be a few days, weeks, months, if you're very accomplished, years, lifetimes. May we now call upon the great Mother Tara to join us. Tara recitation has been recommended by His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama to ensure that all obstacles are being removed, obstacles that may hinder finding permanent cure against the pandemic, and in finding ways of overcoming all sorts of suffering, not just the pandemic, but also those affected indirectly through financial and socio-economical factors. May all beings be restored to good health. May those who have passed into the bardo be reborn under favorable condition. May those who have suffered hardships be given whatever resources are required for them to overcome those hardships and to establish themselves again in a state that is free from suffering. If you visualize Great Mother Tara in the space in front of us, emerald green in color, light radiating from our body in all 10 directions, and each light being finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings wherever they are. And again, we recognize Om as the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of Tara. Tara liberates from samsara. Tara liberates from the 8 fears of ignorance, hatred, attachment, pride, jealousy, wrong views, doubt, and miserliness. Tara liberates from the 8 diseases, from diseases and illnesses, both physical and mental. So we do one round of Tara, and also maybe dedicate benefits of the mantra arts to the long life and well-being of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. Om Dare Dudare Dure Soha, Om Dare Dudare Dure Soha, Om Dare Dudare Dure Soha, Dare Dudare Dure Soha, Om Dare Dudare Dure Soha, Om Dare Dudare Dure Soha, Om Dare Dudare Dure. Om Dare Dudare Dure Soha, Om Dare Dudare. Om Dare Dudare Dure. Om Dare Dudare Dure. Om Dare Dudare Dure Soha, Om Dare Dudare Dure Soha, Om Dare Dudare. Om Dare Dudare Dure Soha. Let's know that all obstacles have been removed. And maybe also call upon the guardians of Vajrapani for the recitation of Vajrayana and Brahmajushri to join us. Again, appreciate those guardians as diligent family members who have taken it upon themselves to make sure that we don't stray from the path, that we do whatever we can to make it remain true, not to cause harm to others, not to cause harm to ourselves, but also stepping in if there may be a threat from the outside. So if you visualize a dark blue, ferocious looking Vajrapani with his feet stretched out, the Oza Vajra in the right hand and the snake lasso in the left. His body is placed with transcendental wisdom fire, and from his body are emitted fire, garudas, iron scorpions, black pigs, wind, fire, noxious vapors of poisonous gases, which like violent winds and hailstorm destroy all disease, epidemic, spirits, harms, interferers. So refer to previous comments regarding interferers and previous sessions. So recite the mantra 7 times. And while we reciting the mantra, visualize how you put on the protective suit of armor. If you're thinking about doing battle with all sorts of suffering, or if you're thinking about yourself as a skillful surgeon in the theater, how you put on a protective gown to protect yourself from any impurities that you may be picking up from the patient, but also not to pass on anything to the patient that we have missed in our own purification. Vajaped Umbatasuri Ped, Nivashinang Tata, Saurita Hanana Vajna Rakshaksha Suha, Vajaped Umbatasuri Ped, Nivashinang Tata, Saurita Hanana Vajna Rakshaksha Suha, Vajaped Umbatasuri Ped, Nivashinang Tata, Saurita Hanana Vajna Rakshaksha Suha, Vajaped Umbatasuri Ped, Nivashinang Tata, Saurita Hanana Vajna Rakshaksha Suha. Vajaped Umbatasuri Ped, Nivashinang Tata, Saurita Hanana Vajna Rakshaksha Suha, Vajaped Umbatasuri Ped, Nivashinang Tata, Saurita Hanana Vajna Rakshaksha Suha. Vajaped Umbatasuri Ped, Nivashinang Tata, Saurita Hanana Vajna Rakshaksha Suha. Vajaped Umbatasuri Ped, Nipashia Nigana Tata, Saurita Hanana Vajna Raksha Suha. Having recited Manjushri, we're now calling on Vajrapani, Vajrama. May we now call upon Black Manjushri to join us. And Manjushri, breath of face, 3 eyes, 2 hands, left scripture, start in the left hand and the sword in the right, is adorned with precious bone ornaments and stands in the midst of massive fire. And flames of clear light emanate from his heart, pervading inside and outside our bodies and the bodies of all other sentient beings, purifying all negative karmas, obstructions, sickness, spirits, dangers, and burning away all black magic, curses, and so forth. Again, recite 7 times. Om tam chochu sudra sudami suningola chakala chakam shantam pepisu. Om tam chochu sudra sudami suningola chakala chakam shantam pepisu. Om tam chochu sudra sudami suningola chakala chakam shantam pepisu. Om tam chochu sudra sudami suningola chakala chakam shantam pepisu. Om tam chochu sudra sudami suningola chakala chakam shantam pepisu. Om tam chochu sudra sudami suningola chakala chakam shantam pepisu. Om tam chochu sudra sudami suningola chakala chakam shantam pepisu. Okay. So, having prepared ourselves fully, having taken refuge, having purified ourselves, and called upon Mother Tao to remove any obstacles, and with the presence of the guardians, we now recite main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. Again, we do that in combination with the speech of praise to the sublime Chenrezig. A prayer recited by Thangtong Gyalpo when he was the Gelong Pema Kalpo in a previous life. And in this particular prayer, the 6 realms are being addressed, and we have made the commitment to ease the suffering of all sentient beings, wherever they are, lower realms, upper realms, near and far, wherever. So through that particular prayer, we sort of overlap. We start the introduction of the prayer and the particular realms, and then we do, let's have a look. We should have time to do the through recitation. What do you think, Lars? Time for 3? Good man. Thumbs up. Lars is SPC in Switzerland, but operates from Denmark, which is yeah, he's up to his ears in preparation work. Good man. lovely team they got there in Switzerland. Anyway, a lot of wonderful SPCs and center staff out there. So Lars, you take the credit on behalf of everyone out there. Okay. I pray to you, Lama Chenrezig. I pray to you, Yidam Chenrezig. I pray to you, most sublime Chenrezig. I pray to you, great refuge and protector Chenrezig. To you I pray, loving protector Chenrezig. Please hold us with your compassion, compassionate Buddha, for all beings who have been wandering countless numbers of times in endless samsara and endure unbearable torments. There is no other refuge than you, great protector. Okay. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning this time, under the influence of hatred, one is born in the realm of hells. May all beings who endure the tortures of heat and cold be reborn in your presence, great symbol of perfections. So now we recite the prayer 3 times. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma, temporary conditions such as sounds of grass, sinners and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings they are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May a sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interference. The 360 of spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body, mind, radiance, and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Lakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So that was the first recitation. If you think about 3 recitations per realm, the suffering of the body, the suffering of the speech, the suffering of the mind. So that was body. Second one for speech. May all the diseases that say in the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the sounds of grass, sinners and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease, they're like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, and may sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 would spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of rage and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Rakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its result. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that say in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as times of grass, sinners and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Rakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, so now it's 3. So the next round. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning's time under the influence of avarice, one is born in the realm of craving spirits. May all beings who endure the tortures of starvation and thirst be reborn in your presence in the perfect pure land of the Potala. May all the disease that's in the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as times of caste, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 spirits and uncertainty, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the keeping, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. In sign of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interference, the 360 spirits that uncertainty, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the house of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interference, the 360 spirits and uncertainty, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, so the last of the three lower rounds. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of ignorance, one is born as an animal. May all beings afflicted by the sufferings of stupidity and dullness be reborn in your presence, O protector. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as karma, grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means that occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interference, the 360 spirits at uncertainty, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the house of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 spirits of uncertainty, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, one last time for this round. May all the disease that's in the minds minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the arms of grasping sinners and the Buddhas not again the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferes, the 360 but spits out suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of raises and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So these are the three lower realms, the ones we definitely don't want to really slip into. We have much better chances of escaping samsara in the upper realms, and the perfect realm is really the one we're in right now. And the human, we just experience sufficient suffering to keep us, motivated to change, and also enough freedom to really have the, excuse me. To make the choice to escape. Through the power of the bad actions accumulated since beginning time under the influence of desire, one is born in the realm of men. May all beings who endure the pains due to excessive activity and constant frustration be reborn in the perfect pure land of devotion. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as times of grasping sinners and the Buddhas not again the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferes, the 360 with spirits and suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have reigns and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of grasping sinners and the Buddhas not again the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not again the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferes, the 360 with spirits and suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings now due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Last time for the whole realm of men. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of grasping sinners and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferes, the 360 with spirits and suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have raids and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. You would think I know these prayers by now by heart. Here you go. Happens. Okay. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning time under the influence of jealousy, one is born in the realm of jealous demigods. May all beings who endure the pains of fighting and quarreling be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of grasping sinners and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May the sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 which spits at him suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbance of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind of rage and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Guru and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakins, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of cast sinners and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings they are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May the sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 which spits at him suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of rage and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Akinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of cross bits and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 which spits at him suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of rage and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Lakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now the last of the rounds. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning of time under the influence of pride, one is born in the realm of the gods. May all beings who undergo the suffering of transmigration and fall be reborn in the pure land of the Buddha. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of cross bits, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, and may sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 which spits at him suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of rage and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of cross bits, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 which spits at him suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of rage and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Lakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So one last time for the final round. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of cross bits, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 which spits at him suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of rage and power be endowed with life, good health, and well-being, With the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay. Throughout all my existence, may I, by deeds like those of Chenrezig, also liberate beings in impure places and spread the supreme sound of the six-syllable mantra Om Mani Padme Hum throughout the 10 directions. By the power of thus praying to you, most sublime one, may all beings I will have to train pay the greatest of attentions to karma, strive to act virtuously and practice the Dharma for the sake of all sentient beings. So that completes the main prayer. So you do the quickly go for dedications. Maybe dedicate to the long life of all mother sentient beings. May all mother sentient beings be free from suffering and its causes. May all sentient beings live long and healthy lives, achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible, and may we be the cause for them to achieve all this. May we dedicate to the precious Sangha community, not just our own tradition, but all traditions, for their diligent work in keeping the flame of Dharma alive by engaging in studies, giving teachings, and making the Dharma available to those who seek it. May the Sangha never be separated from the teaching, this in all future lifetimes. May they never be separated from precious Gurus and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May always benefit from their presence wherever we go. May we dedicate to the precious lay community who through their kindness has given much time, expertise and financial support to ensure that Dharma centers can run and flourish, events take place, and charitable projects being realized. May all the wonderful people in the lay community never be separated from precious teachings, the Gurus and the Sangha. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible in this and all future lifetimes, and may they live long and healthy lives. May we dedicate to our precious Gurus who through their kindness have shown us the way to engage in Dharma practices on a much deeper level. And if they haven't done so already, may they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we never be separated from our wonderful, precious teachers in this and all future lifetimes. May we particularly dedicate to the long life of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, who is a beacon of great love and compassion for all mother sentient beings. And may we always be benefiting from His presence in this and all future lifetimes and be guided by His bright light of great love and compassion for all. May His Holiness wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May He live a long and healthy life. May we see Him one day be reunited with His people in Tibet. May particularly dedicate to Lama Zopa Rinpoche for having tasked us with prayer-thon and other practices so that we may benefit mother sentient beings at the purest and deepest level. May Lama Zopa's vision always be realized. May his wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May he live a long and healthy life. May we benefit from his guidance and wisdom in this and all future lifetimes. Due to all the merits of these virtuous actions, may quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen, arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more due to all the merits of these 3 times that are collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings. May all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world and all danger of earth, water, fire, wind be pacified immediately. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may all sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, is completely empty of existing from his own side. Just the long life prayers now for His Holiness Lama Zopa. Gangri rawe kube shinkam di pendang dewa malu jongwe ne Chenrezig wanten zingatsu shape sita bodu thank you chi tu chu chang ching yam gung gewe Ten Jinken Per Wei Kun Zu Du Bu Zi Chok Som Ke Wei Lek Mun Tu Tru Pa Dang Sok De Je Gun Du Sha Ten Shou. Thank you very much, everyone who has supported Marathon throughout its existence today, whether you were in my sessions or joining previous ones or joining those now following us, like Spanish contingent. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all our regulars who so kindly, show their faces or leave little comments here and there on YouTube, emails, or on Zoom. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute. Oh, bless you, Anna. Fabio, you left a few messages. Regina, Jeannie, hello. Everyone out there, thank you very much indeed. And let's have a quick look. And I have a quote for Paloma. See whether she recognizes it.
A ver.
A
ver.
It's your fault. It's your fault. Let me just find this one.
This is the quote, no? It's your fault, is the quote.
Yeah. I think I need my glasses. And that ties in really nicely when we think about, the 80,000 classes of interference and the evil spirits, and that we still have to be compassionate to them as well. Paloma, I'm sure you just can quote it like that. Page, number, and verse.
Guru Lama Rinpoche.
Oh, close enough. If someone else has injured you wrongly, don't repay the injury in an angry way, but know him to be a friend and for cultivating patience, and repay injury in a polite way with beneficial offerings, praise, and so forth. Fortunate people.
Shantideva, maybe? Shantideva?
No! Who did you show me last week?
Yes, Thangtong Gyalpo. Mamma mia. Mamma mia.
It arrived this morning. I got mine this morning.
but in my experience, it's really incredible work. Incredible work.
Yeah.
But so extensive that it's not easy to handle, right?
You know what? And the weird thing was, I arrived today, the book.
Yes.
And I opened a page and bang, there was a quote. This one.
And
I thought, how wonderful, how that ties in just with.
No, it's really fun, incredible work because so many sources took it, but it's so extensive and so many sources and so many lamas and so many, mamma mia. And one of the things is that Thangtong Gyalpo, he has a very long life, 125 years or something like that, looks like,
Yeah. So if we make it to 126.
Yeah. Qué barbaridad.
Oh, bless. My regards to Tulku.
Okay, Dancho, next week, that one.
Profound emptiness. Oh, crikey, you're giving me too much work to do. Fabio, do something. Do something. Let's have a quick look before I say hello, Fabio. How are you? You all right? I'm sure.
I am very well with hot,
Yeah, hello, Begonia. Hello. In case I didn't say that yet, I can't
Dancho,
remember.
In Granada, tell him how many degrees and also the earthquake, Fabio.
Right now we have 43 degrees.
Now.
Oh no.
Now.
Yes.
Lars.
And last night, one earthquake again,
Padma has arrived.
Again.
It doesn't want to leave.
This time, I don't know which is the reason because Padmasambhava arrived yet, so I don't know which is the reason. But it was more strong than the last time,
Yes.
How many numbers? ¿Qué número?
4.5.
Fue de 4,6, 4 with 6 in Richter.
Wow, a lot. Yeah. Anyway.
Bueno.
Okay.
Oh, be safe. Be safe.
Thank you.
All right. Sorry, Paloma and Begonia. I won't be there in time before you go back. I'm coming on the 3rd, so I just miss you two. So
anyway,
yeah.
You have to go to Spain.
I have to come to Spain. What a terrible job that would be, hey? Lots of love to all of you.
See you.
Take care.
Bye bye.
Ciao, Lars.
Hola, hola.
Hola, Lars. Ya se fue. Bueno, buenas noches, venerables.
Hola.
Que están...
Hola, aquí con aquí también hace calor, ¿eh? Buah.
Pero
¿Qué
no tanto.
grados tenéis ahí
No
ahora?
tanto.
Y yo
Treinta
ahora
y
te lo
tantos.
digo. No tanto, mira.
No creo que sea tanto.
31.
Nada, eso es una maravilla. Aquí hay 43 a las 9 de la noche. Es que
Qué
eso es...
espanto.
Ayer Granada fue la ciudad más calurosa de España. Fueron 46,5.
¡Ay, qué horror!
Realmente estamos en tiempos delicados, pero bueno, es cuando más tenemos que practicar, mejor para practicar. Oye, ya está, para practicar el Dharma.
Y lo que pasa es que llega un momento que a nivel físico es muy
Es
A
tremendo.
nivel mental, y no se puede dormir, no se puede dormir.
Es lo peor, es que te echas en la cama y está caldosa, está caliente.
Sí.
Es una cosa que dices esto, y ahora viene calima, o sea, viene la arena, porque es una ola africana. En fin, bueno, la
Madre
gente
mía.
que me está escuchando de Granada en YouTube lo está viendo. Bueno, y calima hay en varios sitios de España también ya, o sea, tremendo, tremendo. Pero bueno, a ver si pasa y seguimos practicando, acumulando mérito para que los elementos...
Se está purificando el karma de los infiernos.
Ojalá, sí, yo me lo tomo así.
Claro.
Y el
Ojalá.
infierno, el de los infiernos fríos. Así.
Bueno.
Bueno, pues vamos a empezar entonces.
Venga.
Un saludo a todos. Thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute. I don't know if there's somebody hearing me or not. Okay. Muchas gracias al Instituto Chenrezig, muchas gracias a la gente de México, que me imagino que están conectados. Muchas gracias a todos los que estáis. A través de YouTube comenzamos haciendo unos segundos de, bueno, pues de relax, de toma de contacto y de conciencia con lo que vamos a hacer el silencio interior, y para ello nos fijamos en la respiración unos momentos, dejando pasar cualquier pensamiento, problema, calor, si puedes. Incluso lo podemos, como siempre dice Rinpoche, podemos incluir en nuestra práctica todas esas dificultades y pensar que es purificación. Simplemente tomas conciencia del cuerpo, de la respiración, del lugar en el que estás, sin juicio, sin análisis. Una simple toma de conciencia del momento presente, que es desde el que vas a meditar, desde el que vas a trabajar este ratito, por el beneficio de todos los seres. Seres que puedes visualizar a tu alrededor. Podemos imaginar que a nuestra derecha se encuentra nuestro Padre y a nuestra izquierda nuestra Madre. No importa si ya no vive, no están lejos o hace mucho que no los ves. Ahora sientes que están muy cerquita de ti, a ambos lados. A tu espalda sitúas tus seres más queridos, más cercanos. Y frente a ti aquellas personas con las que tuviste o estás teniendo problemas en este momento de tu vida. Aprovechas también y las incluyes en tu práctica, saneando esa relación lo más posible. Y alrededor están todos los seres del universo, todos los seres que conforman el samsara, tantos que tus ojos no alcanzan a ver el final, incontables seres. Humanos, no humanos, visibles, invisibles, agradables, no tan agradables, todos. Lo más importante es sentir que fuera de nuestra mente no queda ninguno, que los abarcamos a todos con nuestra motivación. Y en base a esa visualización genera la motivación de la bodhicitta, pensando que vas a hacer esta práctica y todas las que hagas en adelante por su beneficio, para llevarlos al precioso estado de la iluminación, al precioso despertar de la budeidad, que es el estado definitivo, irreversible, donde ya no hay posibilidad de vuelta al samsara. Y como ese es un objetivo muy, muy, muy ambicioso, y en nuestra mente hay muchos engaños y karma, necesitamos la inspiración y la ayuda y la guía de alguien que ya haya conseguido ese estado. Ese alguien son las tres joyas, son los budas, son nuestros maestros. Los visualizas a todos en la forma de Guru Avalokitesvara, en el aspecto que te sea más cómodo, más familiar, en el espacio frente a ti. Sobre un loto soliluna. En el aspecto de 4 brazos, 1000 brazos, 2 brazos, como quieras, pero sintiendo que es inseparable de nuestros maestros, en especial de su santidad el Dalai Lama, que es el Buda de la compasión en este mundo. Si no visualizas con claridad, no importa. Lo más esencial es sentir de alguna forma que esa vibración de puro amor, de pura compasión que Chenrezig desprende, que su santidad desprende, están en el espacio frente a ti y que te envuelven, te arropan, a ti y a todos los seres. Es como la sensación de un niño pequeño ante su madre o su padre, o como cuando estás frente a tu maestro. Una sensación que te acoge, que te arropa, que te hace sentir muy, muy seguro. Pensando así, tomamos refugio 3 veces en nuestro nombre y en el de todos los seres. Todos los seres, vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos, buscamos refugio en los victoriosos budas perfectos, buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro, buscamos refugio en la sangha superior. Todos los seres, vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos, buscamos refugio en los victoriosos budas perfectos, buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro y buscamos refugio en la sangha superior. Todos los seres, vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos, buscamos refugio en los victoriosos budas perfectos, buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro, buscamos refugio en la sangha superior. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación y las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Pensamos y sentimos así que tanto nosotros como todos los seres que nos rodean estamos ya bajo el amparo y la guía de las 3 joyas en la persona de Avalokitesvara. Y ahora recitamos unos minutos el mantra de la compasión, visualizando que del corazón de Guru Chenrezig en el espacio frente a ti surge luz y néctar que entran por tu coronilla, la de todos los seres que te rodean, eliminando todos los sufrimientos, problemas, obstáculos concretos y generales, tanto tuyos como de todos esos seres. Pensamos que con el sonido del mantra, esa luz y ese néctar activan aún más su poder. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Pues ahora empezamos a hacer las recitaciones. Es como la oración de Thangtong, Gyalpo también hace mención a los desequilibrios de los elementos y pide que estos se reequilibren. Pues esta primera recitación me gustaría ofrecerla especialmente por todos los incendios terribles que están asolando distintos lugares del planeta, ¿no? Rusia, California, Argelia, que han muerto más de 70 personas, Italia, Turquía, Grecia, y allá donde haya también inundaciones o riadas, como en Alemania, en fin, donde los elementos estén desbocados, pues vamos a pedir que estos se ordenen, ¿no? Se equilibren con esta primera recitación. Entonces, pensando así, además de, por supuesto, todos los propósitos que nos ocupan, el COVID y demás, recitamos. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama, el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Que puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente, pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Para la segunda recitación, si Venerable Begoña quiere especificar la motivación.
Bueno, pues por todas las personas enfermas, aquellas que han pasado el COVID o que no lo han pasado todavía, y sobre todo para que la gente sea muy, muy responsable en el trato comunitario entre unos y otros. Aquí estamos viendo que no son conscientes de lo que puede pasar y se pasan mucho, ¿no? El estar unos con otros y no guardar las debidas distancias. Entonces, pues para que sean responsables y eso haga que la pandemia pues vaya menguando y desaparezca.
Muy bien, pues para que aumenten esas condiciones, recitamos.
Mani
Puedan
padme.
todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu y en un solo instante no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres, como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Bueno, vale. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Venerable Paloma, si quieres establecer tú la motivación de la tercera recitación.
Hola, ya está. Bueno, pues para que podamos vivir una vida con una moralidad intachable, que especialmente habiendo encontrado el Dharma, los que hemos encontrado el Dharma, que no nos tiremos las piernas en el samsara, como diría Lama Zopa Rinpoche, sino que realmente aprovechemos cada segundo de esta preciosa vida humana, sabiendo lo efímera que es, en esforzarnos en transformar nuestra mente, desarrollar un buen corazón, purificar totalmente la mente y que todos los seres podamos generar la preciosa mente de la bodhicitta y actuar de acuerdo a esa mente para el beneficio de los seres.
Vale, pues para que se cumpla eso que acaba de pedir Venerable Paloma, recitamos. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Que puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres, como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Que puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. a nivel mundial. Mani beme, homo mani beme, homo mani beme, Hacemos la última recitación y en esta ocasión nos acordamos de todas las personas fallecidas que siguen falleciendo por COVID en todo el mundo, enfermas, no solo a causa del COVID, sino por cualquier otro motivo. También piensa en tus propios obstáculos, proyectos, necesidades, enfermedades, seres queridos y por unos momentos les ofreces los méritos de esta recitación. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Que puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero que separa en el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Que puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama al Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan el cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Visualiza que Guru Chenrezig en el espacio frente a ti está extremadamente complacido por tu práctica, se disuelve en luz y se absorbe tanto en ti como en todos los seres que te rodean, que visualizábamos al principio, concediéndonos todo aquello que necesitemos, liberándonos a nosotros y al resto de seres de cualquier obstáculo, enfermedad, dificultad y sobre todo nos libera de la mente que se aferra al yo, la mente que cree que los fenómenos existen por sí mismos, que es la mente que da origen a todos los demás engaños, conflictos, sufrimiento, karma. Pedimos de corazón que todos nuestros maestros estén con nosotros hasta el fin del sufrimiento, hasta que los reinos del samsara estén vacíos, comenzando por su santidad el Dalai Lama. Gite menkandir pende marupa gale juve sampele jisino Kadri insume tensi gyatsola solwa deso tu selundu so. Joya que concedes y colmas los deseos, fuente de todo beneficio y felicidad en este mundo. A ti de bondad incomparable, Tenzin Gyatso, te suplico que todos tus sagrados deseos se cumplan espontáneamente. Pedimos lo mismo para Lama Zopa Rinpoche, que pueda la vida de Rinpoche ser muy larga, firme, estable, muy saludable, visitarnos muy pronto en nuestros respectivos países, podamos ir nosotros a sus enseñanzas de manera presencial también muy pronto. Y pueda Rinpoche estar con nosotros hasta el fin de los tiempos, hasta el fin del samsara. Kusul chansin jangong yelwe ten si yompel we kunsodo kose chosun kurwele montudu pada sodu llegondu sate cho. Posees la ética del sabio y sostienes la doctrina del victorioso Manjushri, protegiéndola y extendiéndola, actúas soportándolo todo con firmeza. Realizas con maestría oraciones magníficas que honran a las tres joyas. Eres mi protector y el de los demás discípulos. Ruego que tengas una larga vida. Y por último, dedicamos los méritos, todos los que hemos pedido, los que han pedido las venerables, los que podáis pedir vosotros, pensando que por la fuerza de esta virtud todas las cosas positivas se cumplan, cese la pandemia, cese el sufrimiento, cesen los desastres naturales, cese el karma, que en definitiva es quien crea todas esas adversidades. Yewa di jinyu duda lama sang ye drugyu nendro wa chi kyan maruka Deji salago pasho sancho semcho rinpoche Mage panam ye gukchi Ye wanyam pame padam Gone gondu pelwazo. Que por los méritos de estas acciones virtuosas alcance rápidamente el estado de un Buda maestro y lleve a todos los seres sin excepción a ese estado iluminado. Que la suprema joya de la bodhicitta que no ha nacido surja y crezca y que la que ya ha nacido no disminuya, sino que aumente más y más. Pues muchísimas gracias a todos. Avisaros que bueno, la próxima recitación es el sábado que viene a las 10 de la mañana con Venerable Paloma y el sábado a las 9 no la haré yo, esa no la puedo hacer, pero Venerable Begoña ha sido tan gentil que la hará ella. Tendréis el gusto de que os guíe alguna sesión, esa sesión que ya ha guiado alguna y lo hace muy bien, lo hace muy inspiradoramente.
Que ya era hora, que ya era hora.
Ya he hecho alguna.
Ya lo sé, me callo.
Chao, Lucía.
La voz. No tienes micrófono, Lucía.
Noche.
Ahora sí.
No.
Hola, ¿otra vez tú?
¿Qué tal? ¿Otra vez también ustedes?
Sí.
¿También ustedes otra vez? Yo también.
Sí. Esto es el preyertón latino, ¿no?
Hoy no podemos casi vernos, ¿eh? Hoy tenemos que vernos 2 sesiones al día, la mañana y la noche.
Esa es.
Oggi,
Ok, chao.
oggi c'è italiano.
Una otra monca.
Sì, oggi Italia e Spagna recitazione.
Hoy España e Italia se juntan, dobles juntos.
Se juntan en el caldo, en el calor.
De dobles.
Ok, gracias.
Okay, see you.
Buena sesión, Lucía. Angelo, Chenrezig.
Hasta luego.
Thank you.
Hasta luego, Palomita.
Hasta luego, buena sesión.
Hasta luego. Gracias, muchas gracias.
Thank you, Venerable Fabio.
Thank you to you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Venerable Paloma. Venerable Dechenla.
No, Dechen, esta noche no puede venir porque tiene que asistir una persona que no está bien.
Así que tú la sustituyes, Lucía.
Yo la sustituyo.
Okay, I translate. Today, Dechen cannot come because she has something to do, but Venerable Lucia will do the session.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much.
I don't speak so well English.
No problem, no problem.
I do.
Ya está claro, tutto chiaro, Lucia, ok, avanti.
Luce chiara, chiara luce.
Ciao.
Ciao,
Thank
ciao.
you.
Ok. Meditiamo un poco sulla compassione. Do meditation, compassion, all sentient being is suffering. So me and every part of the life, the world, suffering. All people need compassion, need love, need compassion. So meditiamo sulla compassione e l'amore, la compassione nei nostri confronti, perché noi siamo le prime persone che soffriamo. Allora meditiamo che noi siamo come tutti gli altri sono come noi esattamente così, fatti carne, ossa, sangue, hanno gli stessi sentimenti, non c'è niente di diverso fra noi e tutti gli infiniti esseri. Così meditiamo, possono tutti gli esseri essere liberi dalla sofferenza, possono tutti gli esseri essere liberi dalle cause della sofferenza, possono tutti gli esseri essere felici e avere le cause alla felicità. Meditiamo così. come sarebbe meraviglioso se tutti gli esseri fossero liberi dalla sofferenza e dalle cause della sofferenza. Come sarebbe meraviglioso se tutti gli esseri fossero felici e avessero le cause alla felicità. Adesso ci facciamo ispirare e anche aiutare dai tutti i maestri Buddha Bodhisattva, tutti gli esseri santi, che ci diano la loro ispirazione, le loro benedizioni, e in tutti loro, in particolare il nostro maestro spirituale, se abbiamo una guida spirituale, prendiamo fortemente rifugio e poi recitiamo il mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti che pervadono lo spazio prendono rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea del Guru, delle divinità di meditazione delle Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella vuota chiarezza della nostra mente, Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti che pervadono lo spazio, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea del Guru, delle divinità di meditazione dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella vuota chiarezza della nostra mente, Dharmakaya. Tutti gli esseri senzienti che pervadono lo spazio, prendono rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea del Guru, delle divinità di meditazione dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella vuota chiarezza della nostra mente, Dharmakaya. Adesso immaginiamo Thangtong Gyalpo, il Buddha della compassione, che è il nostro maestro, emana raggi di luce, viene nella sommità della nostra testa e possiamo farlo assorbire nel nostro cuore e insieme nel nostro cuore, con l'unione con la nostra mente, recitiamo questo preziosissimo mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum. Immaginiamo che tutto l'infinito luce dal nostro cuore, infinita luce netta riesce, pervade completamente tutto il nostro corpo, esce dal nostro petto e pervade tutti gli esseri, il nostro padre e nostra madre vicini a noi, tutti i nostri parenti, amici, tutte le persone che conosciamo in particolare che soffrono in questo momento. Pensiamo che questi raggi di luce vanno a toccare il loro cuore e sono raggi di luce, di amore, compassione e saggezza che liberano da tutti i problemi. Pensiamo che tutti i problemi di questi esseri sono eliminati, in particolare pensiamo a tutte le persone del mondo che stanno vivendo delle situazioni veramente terribili e una sofferenza incredibile, inimmaginabile in tutti, nelle umani o animali. Pensiamo a tutti i reami che ci sono incredibili sofferenze. Immaginiamo che questi raggi di luce pervadono e toccano gli ambienti, risanano gli ambienti e entrano nel continuo della mente, alleviando ogni tipo di problema. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Omani pemeo, mani pemeo, omani pemeo, mani pemeo, omani pemeo. Ora immaginiamo che tutti i raggi di luce che abbiamo emanato rientrano dentro il nostro cuore e pensiamo che il nostro cuore, il nostro coraggio, la fiducia nel potere dell'amore, della compassione, della saggezza incrementano, sono incrementati tantissimo. Adesso leggiamo la preghiera di Thangtong Gyalpo. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che sono il risultato del karma e delle condizioni temporanee, come pure i danni arrecati dagli spiriti, dalle malattie e dagli elementi, mai sorgere nei reami del mondo. Possono le sofferenze delle malattie che mettono in pericolo la vita e che separano in un solo istante il corpo dalla mente, come il macellaio che conduce un essere al macello, mai sorgere nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri che hanno un corpo mai venire danneggiati dalle malattie infettive di una giornata, da quelle croniche e dalle altre, per le quali gli esseri provano terrore solamente a sentirle nominare, come se venissero spinti nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri che hanno un corpo mai venire danneggiati dagli 80.000 tipi di interferenze, da 360 demoni malvagi che danneggiano all'improvviso, dalle 424 malattie. Possono tutte le sofferenze che derivano dai disturbi dei 4 elementi e che privano il corpo e la mente da ogni piacere venire totalmente pacificate, possa il corpo e la mente avere radianza e potere ed essere dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Per la compassione del Guru e dei tre gioielli, per il potere delle Dakini, protettori del Dharma, dei guardiani, per la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi effetti, possono tutte queste numerose dediche e preghiere essere esaudite appena espresse. Diciamo ancora un'altra, ancora. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che sono il risultato del karma e delle condizioni temporanee, come pure i danni arrecati dagli spiriti, dalle malattie e dagli elementi, mai sorgere nel reame del mondo. Possono le sofferenze delle malattie che mettono in pericolo la vita e che separano in un solo istante il corpo dalla mente, come il macellaio che conduce un essere al macello, mai sorgere nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri che hanno effettive di una giornata, da quelle croniche e dalle altre, delle quali gli esseri provano terrore solamente a sentirle nominare, come se venissero spinti nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri che hanno un corpo ma venire danneggiati dagli 80.000 tipi di interferenze e da 360 demoni malvagi che danneggiano all'improvviso e dalle 424 malattie. Possono tutte le sofferenze che derivano dai disturbi dei 4 elementi e che privano il corpo e la mente da ogni piacere venire totalmente pacificate. Possa il corpo e la mente avere radianza e potere ed essere dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Per la compassione del Guru, dei tre gioielli, per il potere degli archini, dei protettori del Dharma, dei guardiani, per la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi effetti. Possono tutte queste numerose dediche e preghiere essere esaudite appena espresse. Diciamo, le dediche, dedication, per i meriti accumulati che sono vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte, possa io che sono vuota di esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere velocemente l'illuminazione che è vuota di esistere dalla sua parte, condurre tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte a quello stato dell'illuminazione io stessa da sola. Nel paese circondato da montagne nevate, tu sei la sorgente di ogni beneficio e felicità. Potente Chenrezig, Tenzin Gyatso, ti prego di rimanere sino alla fine del samsara. Preghiera di lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche, tu che detieni l'etica del soggiocatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto. Sostieni, preservi e dissemini la dottrina vittoriosa di Manjunath. Tu che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre gioielli, Salvatore mio e degli altri tuoi discepoli, ti prego, per favore, vivi a lungo. E richiamo anche per la lunga vita di Osar Rinpoche, possa la preziosamente dell'illuminazione, non ancora sorta, sorgere e svilupparsi, e quella che è già sviluppata possa non diminuire mai, ma accrescersi sempre più. A causa di queste virtù, possa io diventare rapidamente un Guru Buddha, guidare a quello stato ogni essere vivente senza alcuna eccezione. Dedichiamo ogni virtù accumulata al beneficio degli insegnamenti di tutti gli esseri migratori, in special modo affinché l'essenza degli insegnamenti del venerabile Lord Sandrapa possa splendere per sempre. Fintanto ci sarà lo spazio, fintanto ci saranno gli esseri, possa anch'io rimanere per dissolvere la sofferenza del mondo. Dedichiamo intensamente di non separarci mai dalla mente dell'amore e della compassione, specialmente in questa vita, specialmente oggi, questa notte, nemmeno per un momento, di non cadere mai sotto l'influenza del pensiero autogratificante. Anche una piccola azione fatta con il pensiero, anche un piccolo pensiero che ci sfiora, che desidera fare qualche cosa per gli altri, questo è qualcosa di veramente prezioso, preziosissimo, e quindi noi dobbiamo essere contenti, rimanere contenti di tutto quello che riusciamo a fare, e quindi siamo così fortunati a essere ancora in vita anche questa sera, anche questa notte. Buonanotte a tutti, vi saluto.
Buonanotte.
Ciao
Lucia.
Irene.
Ciao.
Good night. Good night. Ciao Dancio. Ciao. Ciao.
Ciao,
Anila.
how are you?
Thank you.
Tashidele. Thank you.
You keeping well?
Thank you, Tashidele. Oh, yes, very well. Not too much hot, but okay. Okay,
Yeah.
very nice.
Oh,
Good, hot heart.
yes.
Hot heart.
Yeah.
Hot outside, hot inside.
Yes. Wonderful. Make the most of it.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Venerable.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Irene. Thank you very much.
Ciao.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Thank you very much,
Buona
Lucia. Bye-bye.
Ciao. Bye.
Lovely.
Bye.
Oh, see, that threw me a bit because I'd guessing down, but it's lovely. It's lovely that they cover each other so well. How are you, Venerable Comfort?
I'm very good, thank you. How are you, Madam Chola?
Yeah, you know, it's yeah, I'm not keeping well. It's funny. It's as Venerable Lucia said, it's warm. It's warming up here. It's very closed in, the weather. So we have a few cloud, and when you have cloud cover, it stays in, doesn't it? So I'm also in a loft space, which stores the heat, but it's all preparation, isn't it, for France? Venerable Fabio was saying they had what 40 degrees, and yeah. So yeah, lovely that. No, I don't know. That's
Very
too much. But then Australia is the same, isn't it? When it hits, when it hits the high temperatures, it hits it really, really well.
Yes.
But,
yes. When it's hot season, then it's really hot.
Yeah.
Summer season. Yeah.
No, wonderful. Now it's so how is lockdown? Are you still in lockdown, or are you now out of it again?
We are out. Yeah. Like our area, Queensland, it's out. Sydney is still locked down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it Canberra that's gone into a mini lockdown?
Canberra also. This time I'm not 100% sure. It's changing. Yeah. But Sydney is for a longer time now.
Yeah. Sydney, I better check in with people I know over there. I had some lovely friends who were celebrating their the 50th wedding anniversary, and I thought, crikey, really this long? And just as lockdown hit, so they couldn't go out for a meal, you know. They couldn't do it. He was like, okay, we're at home. I said, put it this way, you don't have to invite people. They don't cost you more money then. I always think about the practicalities.
Yeah, I think many events was cancelled. Yeah, even here.
Yeah.
And are you in the UK now?
Still in the UK? Yes. So fingers crossed my flight doesn't get changed. And I should be back at Nalanda beginning of September. So
wonderful.
Yeah, so we've, let's just hope the travel restrictions don't get changed again. It's it's really odd when you sort of know you have to take certain things, and some carriers don't make it sort of easy, the booking, when you know you're taking a little bit more over weight-wise than you would maybe bring back. And they go like, oh, if you're taking this much over, you must bring the same one back. And you go like, not really. I can order a meal one way, but not the other. But for the weight you're trying to do me in, I sort of had to do it in a really weird way by single tickets, just to get out of some of the nonsense. But it is what it is, isn't it? I mean, they have to make some money now as well. They struggle, but you never know. But no, it's seems you're good, doing all right. How are we doing? Seven on the watch. So thank you very much, everybody who's watching us on YouTube. Actually, I don't want to be rude and ignore you all out there. So thank you very much. I'm trying to be more diligent and keeping an eye on. So if I look sideways, everyone, my apologies. It's just I can't accommodate two screens on the same level in the current setup. So hopefully in future that will be easier. So if I look away, it's not being rude.
I'm sorry to disturb you. I just would like to check with you. You are doing next 2 sessions, right?
I'm doing 4. Yes, I got 2 hour now, and then I got a single one between 7 Sankar and Venerable Angie.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you okay with all those sessions?
Why, you're bored?
Yeah.
Are you bored?
Not bored, but I can do one maybe if you like.
It's up to you.
Yeah.
What would you like?
In next or after 2 sessions, because then I need to go. So if you do 1 or 2 sessions, and then I can do 1 session.
I tell you what, let me run through, because in my mind I had sort of planned then on doing a certain way of, doing a couple of things, allow a little bit more time. You know what I'm like, I sometimes cramp a little bit much in a very short space. So it gives me a little bit more time, especially as because of Venerable Paloma, she flagged this one up last week. Thangtong Gyalpo. And so that was some nice little chords in there. So again, that gives me something to think about. And so yeah, no, but thank you very much for the offer. It's just no, much appreciated. I know you would if you could. So, but you have to focus on the tech side as well. Anyway, I think I better make a start. I'm sure I'll catch you at the end. All right, where are we now? So 2 hours. Okay, I have to think that through so I don't rush myself now. Thank you very much, Veronica. You look after yourself. Thank you very much for keeping us on air, now and every weekend, and everyone in the team. So thank you very much. Much appreciated.
Thank you so much to you, Venerable.
Thank you. All right. So, yes. So where are we? Okay. So we have 2 hours. So we're going to spend a little bit more time doing it a bit more easy. It's no point rushing through, the energy to keep the energy that high, to go full on for 2 hours. It's going to be exhausting for anybody watching and trying to keep up. And also probably for me, it's going to be, so I think it's sometimes nice to do things in a mindful way. And again, it depends, what time you have in your own practices. If you have time spare, contemplate a little bit more, maybe do some extra recitation, do them in a certain way so that you can address it more meaningfully, or for the 3 sufferings, body, speech, and mind, or, give it some thought, what you want to get out of the prayer you're saying, for whose benefit. So, various things. And if you don't have the time to do maybe sort of multiple recitations, you have only time for 1 or 2, then do one that is nicely focused, and taking every word, and pay attention to the words. Something was it yesterday was the irony. Somebody sort of, I was walking the dog, I was exercising the dog at the sea, and somebody came by and said, "There's no swimming allowed." I said, "Well, I'm not swimming, I'm wading. The dog is on the lead in the water." And that's semantics. Well, if you have, so brush it away. And that in itself is actually quite daft if you think about it. What is the purpose of semantics? To have a logical approach to meaning of specific words, sentences, and phrases, so that we have a really clear structure. And wading at the edge of the water is not the same as being in the water swimming. So, there was nothing to say you could not enter the water. So, but no, that's just semantics. So, but, ask yourself, why are certain things written in a certain way? And those of you who have attended teachings, especially with Tibetan masters, sometimes we'll find that they're so desperate to find a word in English or whatever language, they're trying to convey it, where that word doesn't actually exist in our construct. So semantics and syntax are very, very important, and we should really pay attention to it. It's in the Confessions, isn't it? Whatever, blah blah, I have rejoiced in, enjoyed others, or I've encouraged others rejoicing in or taking pleasure in, blah, blah. You know, some of the stuff, you know, it's like it's written by a lawyer. It's very, very precise. So, you know, words are there for a particular reason, to give us a particular instruction, to give us a particular guidance. So, you know, we shouldn't just say, oh, yeah, it's just semantics. And what is really nice, and I was talking, was it Venerable Losang Palmo, Venerable Rita? She said, oh yeah, they use multiple translations, because that way, if one translator used one word and somebody else used a slightly different word, you then maybe start to understand where certain things come together, you know, when they look at different texts. And that actually makes sense as well. So be mindful what you read, be mindful how you engage with it. Yeah, just, you know, take your time looking at text, take your time looking at prayers, and sometimes just reflecting on a paragraph, just sitting there for a little bit, and then you're happy. And then also you find, you know, it's like text messages, isn't it? Somebody sends you text. If you're in a good mood, you read it slightly different, you know, when there are no punctuations and everything in there. If you're slightly agitated, you read the same text in a completely different way. So just look what is there, what is the purpose, what, you know, what do we want? Okay, so I think I waffled enough on this one. Yes, have I? Oh, hello, Jeannie. So yeah, so we take a few moments to take a few breaths, especially after my jabba jabba. And then I might sort of maybe read a couple of quotes as well. So I think they really fit in nicely in today's session, the 2-hour session. So we take a few breaths. So just think about when you inhale, you know, all the goodness, you know, all the purity, because we want to become pure, we want to be good. When we exhale, so we can either think we're letting go of all the negative stuff. You know, there's this black and white smoke scenario for those of you who are regular meditators. But we can also say, okay, when we inhale, you know, we try to nourish ourselves, and when we exhale, we share the merit and the benefit with other beings, you know, give and take. You know, when we inhale, we take the suffering of others, and we exhale, you know, merits and good health to the beings that we've taken the suffering from. We can always share, we can share these things. So just take a few moments and just settle the mind. If you're feeling slightly agitated, that you're taking time out to try and sit quiet, you know, oh, I should be productive. We're so busy doing things, we forget to be. Give yourself a break, have some compassion. Compassion is not just about, you know, being kind to others, it's being kind to us, to ourselves. Just as you're settling the mind and thinking about that compassion, let me give you a few lines from On Compassion by Venerable Barry and Venerable Barry Curzon. Those of you who don't know who Venerable Barry is a Western physician and a Buddhist scholar. He's also the physician. He's a Buddhist monk and scholar, and he's also the physician, one of the physicians for His Holiness. And Venerable Barry teaches often on compassion and self-compassion, particularly in the health service, because that's sort of his background, medicine. And he often says that we tend to be too harsh with ourselves. You know, we set the bar so high that, you know, we're constantly piling on the pressure. And we really, you know, are unrealistic when we set it too high. If we would just come notch down or two, you know, we would ease so much of the pressure off, and actually we can achieve certain things, and we are more sustainable. Compassion has to be sustainable, because if you burn out and you suddenly go, I can't be bothered with this anymore, then what have we achieved? So be compassionate to yourself. In his book, No Fear, No Death, Venerable Barry writes, the practice of compassion is very special, for it is the road to happiness. When we practice love and compassion, we feel good, like $1,000,000 bucks. But money cannot buy that deep inner feeling of well-being, joy, and tranquility. People and animals towards which we practice compassion also reap the benefits of our concern and help. Practicing compassion is multifaceted. Firstly, there's compassion to ourselves, taking good care of ourselves. Many of us neglect caring for ourselves. Love and compassion start at home. So taking good care of ourselves then ripples out to others. Eventually, when we train in the practice of unconditional love and compassion, our love and compassion go out equally to all living beings. This becomes an attitude, a way of life filled with the meaning of joy. So this becomes an attitude. It's also a very nice way of putting it. So the emphasis that we really need to take care of ourselves. You know, if you think about doctors when they burn out, you don't want a doctor being awake for 48, 72 hours without sleep, trying to operate on you. You want them to be fresh. You want their minds to be sharp. You want them to be there and do what's best for you, not just running through some basic routines with their mind totally, you know, washed out. And, you know, becoming an attitude. Aristotle puts it in a way that we are what we repeatedly do. Excellent then is not an act, but a habit. Again, having the attitude, having the habit. So if we can be kind to ourselves, giving ourselves the break. Okay, today as much as possible, I will try and do this. You know, I try to benefit all beings as much as possible. If we're good and we can do it perfect every time, wonderful. But we have to get to that perfect state first of all. And that will take time, and we will make mistakes. And even if we know how to cook something, there will be occasions where we might take it out a little bit earlier. We leave it in that little bit too long. The pizza is dark or the potatoes aren't quite cooked. You know what I'm talking about. That doesn't make you a bad cook, you know, or that you don't know how to nurture. But it is, you know, sometimes environmental changes can impact. So we have to have that feeling of self-compassion, first of all, for ourselves. If we don't like ourselves, if we don't love ourselves, how can we possibly, you know, tell others, be kind to yourself? Particularly when we work in caring professions, it's a really, really difficult thing. So looking at a mirror and saying, I like myself, I might have my faults, but I'm willing to work with it. That is the hardest thing. And once we start here, we cannot change the world by expecting others to change. We have to change ourselves first. So we have to take care of ourselves before we can go out. If you stand at the beach and somebody's drowning, if you don't know how to swim, it's a foolish thing to run into the water and try and swim 500 yards offshore. So we have to really be realistic, you know, in what we can and can't do. So, and if we can't help somebody in a certain way, there are other things we can help. You know, how can we help others without causing harm? That is the important bit. So that is that bit. So, and then there was a wonderful bit in Thangtong Gyalpo, because everything's Thangtong Gyalpo at the moment. So we're going to combine some of the another Thangtong Gyalpo prayers. So those of you who have followed me before of the recent weeks may recall that I'm also including praises to the Sublime Chenrezig by Thangtong Gyalpo when he was a couple, to overlay that with the Sakya prayer. But there's this wonderful book, King of the Plain, Empty Plain, again by Thangtong Gyalpo, and he says here, and again we said something like this previously. Chenrezig Rinpoche pointed it out as well, that it's very easy it's easier for us to be compassionate to those who need our help and who we can give help to. But true compassion is not just about helping those who are suffering, but it's also those being compassionate to those who cause the suffering, because those being suffer themselves. And Thangtong Gyalpo says it here really nicely. If someone else has injured you wrongly, don't repay the injury in any angry way, but know him to be a friend for cultivating patience, and repay injury in a polite way with beneficial offerings, praise, and so forth. Fortunate people. That's a big one. Being willing to look at, those who cause us harm, as teachers. But His Holiness says, our enemies push us much further than our friends ever will. A friend doesn't really set out to unsettle the balance or point at our faults. It's like, we don't want to upset. Someone on the other end might not have the problem in pointing out our shortcomings to get a reaction, but it is up to us to act in a certain way. So again, as we keep, Sonia says, violence with violence, that doesn't change anything. If we want to change the world, it has to be through dialogue and compassion, not through greed and arms race and oppression. So we have to look out. And when we sometimes read in the actual prayer, Thangtong Gyalpo's prayer, is it here? May all embodied been harmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers and the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly. So when we read that, it's very easy to say, okay, they are the interferers and they're the evil spirits. Oh, they want to do us harm, but they're still beings in many ways. So they act in a certain way because of their karmic programming. So we should also look at those with compassion and want to free them. So when we do the practice and we have the time, and if you followed me in recent weeks, you've noticed that I tend to include more in the longer sessions, the prayers for all the 6 realms where I can in a time scale. So we do that again tonight. And again, it's just extending our wish to be compassionate across those realms. And, it's very easy to say, oh yeah, in the prayer, I'm doing this, but then I go like, yeah, but Timmy didn't give me my change back. He still owes me petrol money or something like that. So he's not invited to the party. So again, we can be quite conditional, but true compassion doesn't apply conditions. True compassion deals with everyone in an equal way. And we want to really reach out and do what we can to benefit all these wonderful mother sentient beings. And those who challenge us the most, usually get the most out of us as well, or we get the most out of them. If you think about teachers you might have had in the past, when you were either at school or somebody who just lets you get on and do whatever you want to do, and so I sign you off, you were here. Or you get somebody who goes like, you want the grade, you have to work for it. And suddenly you have to sit down and you really, just to get that teacher off your back or the boss off your back. So we do these certain things in life. And so again, we should be, we can go like, oh, I hate my boss. Well, that's a very strong emotion. We're like, okay, he's a tough cookie. I'll show him. I'm going to do my job just fine. So he hasn't got anything to say. And really, if we look at beings like that, on that level, to get you know, what are they doing to give us a certain motivation? If I don't want this to happen to me, what can I do to change this? Yeah, the motivating factors. Well, then we go, thank you very much. Okay. So, how are we doing? Okay. Still here. Oh, bless you, Ginny. Still here. It's nice. As I said, I'm trying to just keep an eye on some of the comments. I missed some in the past that might have come in on YouTube when people sort of left messages, and I just signed off, and it's like, oh, how rude of me not to have noticed. So I'm just, so when I look away, it's not because I'm trying to be ignorant or anything like that. I'm just okay. So if we take a moment and again, take a few deep breaths. We think about the motivation why we're here. So we already, you know, discovered we need to be compassionate. It's easier said than done. So, but how can we apply that now? And again, by just acknowledging, that's already a start. The way to recovery is to acknowledge that there's a problem, or that we as individuals have a problem, or a trait that is not desirable. Let's put it like that. So, and again, I'd like to do the King of verses from the King of Prayers. Why? Because one, it sets my mind in what am I here for? You know, acknowledge my community, acknowledge my teachers, and then set also bodhicitta motivation. May ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. Let's just think about that one. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms. May I. Not I must. Must is a very, may I do what I can to ease that suffering. So that's how we start off. The more efficient we get at doing stuff, the more benefit we can do. You know, we ease the suffering. And then as we get better and better at it, hopefully we can end their suffering. And also, it's not just in the lower realms, but also in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. So we've got across the 6 realms. It's not just here next to us in this house, you know. But again, if it's easier to visualize, just visualize your surroundings as the universe, and think beyond. So if all sentient beings would be in the space that you are in, it's much more easy to comprehend. If every being would be just sort of a fraction of an atom, I mean, crikey, how many could be fit in this room, in this house, in the grounds that we're in? So make it count. May I guide all wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening. May, yeah? Why may? For one, may I have the skill to do so. But you would also find that maybe along the way, some people or beings do not want your help. Yeah? So I was saying, if you think about those who suffer from addictions and real deep depression, where everything seems very gloomy, they may not want you to cheer them up. They cannot see, you know, what you're trying to do. They're so, you know, because they haven't come to terms with themselves. So unless they come to terms with themselves, how can they see the way out? You know, so sometimes we cannot help there and then, but what we can do, we can be there for them when they need us. Think about when you have a problem and you're really trying to think it through. Typical, this thing, you know, was it Mickey Flanagan? I can't remember. It was one of the comedians, UK comedians. He said, worst thing a woman can do is ask her husband when he's sitting on the sofa what he's thinking. Even if he's not thinking, he's trying to find an answer just to, yeah. Cause it would be like a you know. But you know, if you think about it, you're trying to work something out. So have you thought about this way? Have you thought this way? And you're just trying to get to terms with it. Then it becomes an irritant. Can I help you with this? If not, okay, you know who I am. Don't be afraid to ask for help. We can check, but we can't make them. There has to be willingness in the same way we have to be willing to change. So let's be there, you know. It's not just about, you know, okay, we have to get them into some stuff, but and be of worldly benefit to them as well. You know, so what can we do now, you know, to make their life a bit easier? You know, how many of us walk past homeless people and look the other way? You know, how many of us actually say hello? Just acknowledge them, that they're actually there, that they're beings in need. We all can do better. I'm not putting blame on anyone here, but we all can do better. Oh, he's a lazy bum. He's this, he's that. You know, the thoughts. Oh, it's so uncomfortable because maybe we experienced, you know, a close encounter with merely being there. We're trying to distance ourselves from that memory. So again, we need to be a bit more, you know, flexible, and again, think about those who are in need. Unless you have the bank account for it, you know, very few of us will be able to go out and solve the humanitarian issues around the world right now. Interesting that some people prefer to spend money going into space, but that's a different matter. So how can we help them now? If somebody, you know, is hungry, you know, he's better served if you give him maybe a piece of bread or whatever. They give him a lecture on spirituality, meet their worldly needs as well where we can. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine. Who doesn't like friends? Who doesn't like to hang out with like-minded people? Something we have in common. What is it what we have in common? Why are you here? Just randomly? Or because you're interested in Thangtong Gyalpo's prayer and prayer-a-thon, Buddhist practice? You may have just heard about it, so there must have been a previous interest. We go like, you know what? I might not be a Buddhist, but yeah, it makes sense. Perfectly all right. What we all share really is that we all want to be free from suffering. His Holiness often says he's just one being amongst 7 billion. How can our own welfare be more important than that of all the other 7 billion? But again, also if we do work on our own, it's nice to know that there are people around us, you know, who want the same path, who we can ask for help, support, you know, even if it's just coming together, reciting these prayers. And as a community, we have grown. Lama Zopa's vision of doing prayer-a-thon has been quite beneficial on that level alone. Having brought together the community of Global Sangha, through the means of technology. We had Venerable Giovanni just before. We had Venerable Fabio, Paloma, and Begonia, from the Spanish contingent, and we have the Italians, we have the Germans, we have the people in Chenrezig Institute over in Australia, and depending where you are in this world, in Europe, Africa, Asia. I mean, how wonderful that we can do that, that we can come together here and join in a practice. And it makes it easier. It's nice to come together, sing together, pray together, do things together, share the experience, benefit from the energy, ideally positive energy, especially when we're feeling a little bit down. May we continue to do so in all future lifetimes. May I always meet a spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. If we're lost in the spiritual desert, how do we find our way out? I was raised a Catholic, was very devout in my younger years. I lost my way. And for many years, I was wondering what to do. What was life about? What was this about? Questions. Well, it's good to find somebody you can talk to, somebody who can guide you, somebody who can give you advice. Somebody who doesn't pressure you, but only gives you the guidance that you need at the time to take the next step, to keep on looking, to know where you want to end up, making it about you. How you take care of yourself, and then, you can be of benefit to others. And a spiritual mentor, it can be somebody who gives you inspiration. It doesn't necessarily have to be on the Buddhist level. If you're listening in and follow a different spiritual path, inspiration can be drawn. Some people do amazing things. It doesn't have to be, somebody who is a Buddhist or is a Christian or is this or is that. These are labels. But of course, when we talk about the Bodhisattva way, then we talk about, the Buddhist perspective. So we need the guidance of a precious teacher to guide us, so we can refer back to. And again, we don't want to let our teachers down. But again, our motivation has to come from within. Limitless is the end of space. Likewise, limitless are living beings. Thus, limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. Now that goes quite deep. Limitless is the end of space. Well, where's the end of it? With there's space, there can be beings. What did we say? There is the suffering in the lower realms and the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss. where there are beings, there are afflictions, there are actions that have consequences. So when we think about, gosh, I'm sitting here, I see the moon, where's Saturn, where's this, where's that, and it can feel very overwhelming. So sometimes it's very, very beneficial to bring it into something manageable. If you were to visualize the place you're in as the universe, you know, beings within that space, then of course you can expand it out and out and out and out and out. But again, it becomes more manageable. So if we start with the people in our house, we start in the people in our neighborhood, we start in the people down the street, we start maybe with people in our workplace, people we like, we don't dislike, those people that we actually don't give much pay attention to because they neither harmed us or have benefited us. So we just need to really take our time and be realistic. You have so many lifetimes to go through. Can be done, unless you're Milarepa. Milarepa said, I'm not waiting many lifetimes. I need to purify now. I need to do this in this lifetime because I don't know whether I'm going to be reborn in favorable conditions because of my actions. If we talk about Milarepa, let's not forget that his start in life, or they start in the path, has been much worse than many starting points that we have been on in this lifetime. If you think about Milarepa, learned the black arts because of his family's, of his father's death. His uncle squandered the family money and etc. etc. And his mom said, you have to go and learn the arts and take revenge. So he went. Many people died. But Milarepa didn't find any solace in it. If anything, he felt very, very down. It didn't change a thing. And he went to purify. And he fully, fully dedicated. And again, that's one of those things. How much do we really want to invest? How much do we really want to be liberated? Okay. It's a bit like the, what's it called? Oh, there was a term in nursing. The well sick. Think about, you know, binge drinking, binge eating, this. Oh, I don't feel anything. It doesn't have to come out right now. But if we abuse our body, sooner or later it will catch up. We begin to increase risk. But as long as we don't feel ill, why should we change anything? And that's sometimes where we have to worry. Yeah, not worry. Think about it really, really diligently. No, it's not about the right here, right now, but how can we move the right here, right now to be of benefit down the line? How can we stock up our karmic account? You know, how can we put it in credit? I hope that makes sense anyway. I think what we're going to do before we look at the three motivations, 3 levels of motivations. Yeah, we take them on as well. Okay. And again, I like the wording of those. So we set our 3 motivations. If you just got up for the day, it's lovely to start the day with that and set the motivation for what you do during the day. If you're halfway through the day, look at them and think like, okay, how I've been doing so far. You know, have I deviated from my earlier plan? If you did, reset. If you're at the end of the day, think about, you know, how did your afternoon compare maybe with the morning once you went through the checkpoint? And when you do it the next day, you know, how have we improved on our actions? Today, as much as possible, I will harm no living beings with the actions of my body, speech, or mind. Today, as much as possible, I will seek to benefit others in whatever way I can. Today, as much as possible, I will generate bodhicitta. May all the actions of my body, speech, and mind be imbued with this profound motivation. Bodhicitta, the compassion for all, yeah, wanting to benefit all beings. Again, you know, I like it that it says as much as possible. You've had so many lifetimes of flawed thinking, you know. We're now in a position as in human form that we can bring about change. So if we reflect on sometimes what we do, you know, if we thought about something, oh, that silly bugger, okay, fine, bring it back. Did I call him a silly bugger? Did I have to call him that name? You know, we're so used to using certain terms of phrases to just chuck in, oh, that idiot, or this or that. But again, did I need to say that? The actions of my body, speech, or mind. Thoughts become words, words become actions. Think about that. So if we trip up, you know, who was it? Was it Kant who said, errare humanum est? You know, to err is human. Make a mistake, fine, acknowledge the mistake, fix it. Fix it there and then. If your tire blows in your car, you don't drive for another 500 miles till the car falls apart. Fix it. Be safe. Okay. If you're visualizing the space in front of us, our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig, if you had the relevant initiations, please feel free to self-generate. For those of you who follow us from a different spiritual path, please feel free to visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion. And for those of you who do not wish to engage in deities but still wish to take part, please just visualize a clear light in the space in front of you above the crown of your head, and let that light be filled with unconditional love and compassion for all sentient beings. Visualize how light emanates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions and across the 6 realms. And each light beam finding one of the infinite number of sentient beings wherever they are, whether they sit right next to you, maybe even have a pet sitting on your lap, or if you think about, you know, all the beings wherever they may be, the furthest corners of the universe. Yes, we wish all mother sentient beings to be enlightened, can visualize all those beings in human form. So again, that makes the visualization a bit easier. But just think about if you were to try and visualize each individual variation of insect, microbe, it would be quite a complex vision. And each light beam finds those beings, enters their bodies to the crown of their heads, filling them with love and compassion and purifying light nectar, cleansing away all negative karma and delusions of all those lifetimes, atom by atom. And those of you old enough to remember polishing silver or brass, think about it. Oh, it looks so clean. Why do we have to do this, Mom or Dad? Because it needs cleaning. So you take the polishing cloth and you clean, think about it. Then you start rubbing it. And all the grit and grime that comes out has been ingrained in the fabric. It really needs to come out. Then it looks like it gets worse and worse and worse. So all we can see is just this muck coming up to the surface, and we can't see actually where it's clean. Till we start to wipe it away and start polishing again, and still more muck comes up. So that's, again, now we can see our process. Some of it comes off easily, some of it is very much ingrained. And it's a hard, tough thing to remove. But again, through the love and compassion of the Guru and our acknowledgement that a lot of the suffering that has been caused to other sentient beings was in part down to our own body, speech, actions of body, speech, and mind. How we thought of them, how we spoke about them or told them, and how we treated them. How we maybe even not out of intent, but thinking about a being that is suffering. And we said, "Oh, how are you?" "Yeah, I'm all right." So we, "Oh, what are you snapping at me for?" Do we always speak kindly when we're in pain? Yet we expect that kind of compassion to be sent to us. Are we willing to give it? Are we willing to see beyond the barking, the shouting, the erratic behavior? Do we see the suffering of other beings? Or do we just go, "Oh, I don't want to deal with it, it's their problem"? Where's the compassion in that? And because we can acknowledge that we have contributed to the suffering, many, many of those wonderful sentient beings have been our mothers since beginning's lifetimes. We should say to ourselves, fine, I made a mistake. I acknowledge my mistake. And I acknowledge it out loud so that I don't have to keep hiding that I made a mistake. Once it's on the open, who's going to hold it against you? So we can acknowledge to all mother sentient beings that we've done them wrong. And we will do what we can, that from now on we engage only in actions that benefits them. And we will do our best. We may make mistakes along the way, until we get really that pure enlightened state. You're bound to make a mistake here and there. But again, we don't throw in the towel. We just, okay, sorry. I didn't bring the correct change. Or shut the door behind me. So what? We just reset the clock and you start again. Carry on. So we want our actions of body, speech, and mind to be more beneficial to mother sentient beings. And it's like a gift. And it's like a gift that we give to somebody who we know maybe really wanted something, but for whatever reason could not have it. Be it because of circumstances, be it because of finances, be it because of rarity, and you just happen to have that gift. And you hand that to them. And you see them smile and rejoice and be happy. Don't you take joy in that? Doesn't that fill you with joy and happiness? And the act was not, I give that person this particular gift so that I can feel happy. I give them this because it benefits them. It makes them happy. Think about that. And that's the basis on which we want to work. Have genuine happiness, unconditional happiness. Recognizing like us, those beings, those mother beings do not wish to suffer. We invite our mother sentient beings now to join us in taking refuge in the Guru. And let your voice be like the sound of a bell. Was it Chenrezig, the bell chant? The voice, let the bell, the sound of the bell reach the, each of those beings in the furthest corners of the universe, that they may be liberated. Wonderful little prayer, bell chant. If you get a chance, listen to it. So let your voice really be carried across all the 6 realms and all the dimensions of the universe, so that your voice can be heard by all beings, so that they may be liberated, that they may be able to find a way out of the suffering. All sentient beings, my mothers who infant like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and the Keys. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infant like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and the Keys. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infant like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and the Keys. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having called upon all mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru is pleased. And the Guru smiles, and as the Guru smiles, we can feel the purifying light nectar intensifying. And more of the negative karma and delusion is being washed away, cleansed away, burned away, atom by atom and space between those atoms, revealing more and more of our true nature, our Buddha nature. And we begin to glow, and as we begin to glow, we exchange light back to the Guru, back and forth. And as we begin to purify more and more, we also exchange light with all mother sentient beings, who themselves exchange themselves with the Guru and other sentient beings. We become one in light. We become one source of love and compassion. We shine brightly to those who are lost in the darkness of samsara. Like a bright beacon, provide them a safe haven to aim for, But we also shine into the darkness and seek out those who are still lost so that we may take actions to liberate them and lead them to the freedom and liberation, to an existence that is free of suffering and its causes. So as we recite the Mani mantra, remember that Om represents body, speech, and mind. Body, speech, and mind that has caused suffering, but also the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Guru. And in order for us to transform fully to the holy aspect of the Guru's body, speech, and mind, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combine those in Hum. And once we have reached the ultimate enlightened state, we can be of maximum benefit to all other sentient beings. And we wish them all to be freed and reach that state. So as we visualize, as we recite the mantra, keep on visualizing how you exchange yourself with the Guru and all mother sentient beings. Feel how you begin to glow from within and radiate light out to the Guru and all mother sentient beings. And if it helps you visually, think about a glorious sunrise. When you see just before the sun reaches the horizon, light emerges, then the sun creeps up, and as it rises to its highest point, how it shines brightly to all, not just us, how it provides warmth, new hope, comfort, and degrees of peace. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Having acknowledged our faults of body, speech, and mind over so many beginningless lifetimes, and the suffering those actions have caused to many other sentient beings, and in return to ourselves. Having asked for forgiveness and made the promise that from now on we engage in wholesome actions as much as possible until we're perfect and continuously and consistently providing only wholesome actions. Having taken refuge in the Guru, having exchanged ourselves with the Guru and all other sentient beings whilst reciting Namani Padme Hum to purify the actions of our body, speech, and mind, and through the great love and kindness of this precious Guru, may we see ourselves now as pure and holding on to that pure state for as long as we possibly can. Maybe just for the next few minutes, hours, the end of the day, week, the month, the year, depending how much accomplishment you as individuals have achieved. Maybe some of you can hold on to the pure state for many, many lifetimes. If you can do that, let me know. It'd be nice to know how to get there. But we will get there. Holding on to that pure state, we're now inviting the great Mother Tara to join us. We call upon Great Mother Tara to remove any obstructions that may arise throughout the practice. And it's also been recommended by His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama that we recite Green Tara ideally 1,000 times during the day, minimum. So those of you who are following that advice, you can count the next recitations towards your daily count. But also the Great Mother Tara removes all obstacles. We wish her to remove any obstacles that may arise not only for our practice, so the practice of other sentient beings, but any obstacles that may arise to find a cure for the pandemic, to find solutions of all sources of suffering, for anyone who has been sick, to find speedy recovery, to remove any obstacles that may arise for those who have passed into the bardo to be reborn under favorable conditions, and any obstacles that may arise, to give those who are suffering by other means to find the resources necessary to free themselves and liberate themselves from that suffering, so that they may themselves return to happiness that is free from suffering, and hence being able to take care of themselves, their friends, family, and their wider communities, and ultimately form other sentient beings. If you therefore visualize the Great Mother Tara in the space in front of us, emerald green in color, radiating light in all 10 directions. As we recite the Mani mantra, visualize how the light enters the bodies for all Mother sentient beings to the crown of their heads. Remembering that Om is the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of Tara. Tara liberates from samsara. Tara liberates from the 8 fears of ignorance, hatred, attachment, and pride. Jealousy, wrong view, doubt, and miserliness. And Tura liberates from diseases, illnesses, both physical and mental. So recite the Tara mantra, recite a few out loud. Keep on visualizing how Tara fills you with that light and all other sentient beings and removes all obstacles. And those of you with the relevant initiations who can generate as Tara, please feel free to do so. Maybe also dedicate these recitations of the Tara mantra to the long life and well-being of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Soha. 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 Om Tare Tu Tare. Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Soha. 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 Om Tare Tu Tare. Om Tare Tu Tare. Om Tare Tu Tare. Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Soha. 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 Let's visualize now how all obstructions have been removed. And we now invite the guardians to join us. We invite Vajrapani, Dr. Vajrapani for the recitation of the Vajrayana, and we also invite Black Manjushri. And we call upon the guardians, and we look at their appearances, ferocious and wrathful. It is easy to look at them and go like, oh, crikey. You know, either be fearful or comment on their appearance. But then we have to bear in mind 2 things. These beings have chosen to dedicate their existence to ensure that we are sound and safe, to protect us from our own actions of body, speech, and mind, to protect others from the actions of our body, speech, and mind. So making sure that we stay true to the path, but also step in to protect us from outside influences. So we should be grateful for that. We should embrace them as diligent family. You know, maybe think about your godparents, you know, would step in if something happens. But also we can think about it in terms of a loving mother who smiles upon her child as long as things are all well. But if the child does something stupid and dangerous, the facial expressions very quickly change. If we were to put a fork into a socket, I don't think the mother would be very pleased and go like, "Ah, bless, happen." She would be over there in a flash, you know, tell the kid off. So wrath in that respect may be anger, but it's not driven by hatred. And that is the important thing. You know, it's driven by compassion. And these guardians are full of compassion, and we should embrace them as such. So if you visualize in front of us a ferocious dark blue Vajrapani, his feet are stretched out, and he holds a Vajra in the right hand and his necklace in the left. His body is ablaze with transcendental wisdom fire, and from his body are admitted fire garudas, iron scorpions, black pigs, wind, fire, noxious vapors of poisonous gases, which like violent winds and hailstorm destroy all disease, epidemics, spirit harms, and interferers. Now, if you paid attention, think about the last word, interferers. And when we go back to the beginning of the session, you know what Thangtong Gyalpo said. You know, for one, we said we want to, you know, ease the suffering in the lower realms in all the dimensions, you know, of the universe. You know, we want to benefit all mother sentient beings. But Thangtong Gyalpo also said, remember the quote, you know, that we should be treating those who harm us or cause harm as precious teachers. So we don't really want to destroy their being, but we want to change the action of their being. We don't want to destroy the interfere if we don't have to. You know, any destruction has to be purely compassionate. But again, the being has to change. In order to change, we have to change the mindset, the motivation, the programming. So we're seeking to destroy the root causes in the motivation that make that being act a certain way that creates harm to other beings, hence in return to itself. So we still should be compassionate to those beings, even though they may be irritating, they may be interfering in what we're doing. Just be patient. So let's recite the Vajra mantra, Vajrama mantra. Visualize either how you put on a suit of armor. If you want to think about it as taking up the battle against the pandemic and suffering in general, or if you prefer, you know, with COVID being sort of you know, more screened in terms of, you know, health service, that you're putting on a medical gown, you know, like a surgeon in the theater, and that gown has two functions. It protects the surgeon from anything that may come from the patient, but likewise, if the surgeon hasn't purified or sterilized enough, to avoid any cross-contamination back to the patient. So it's a two-way thing. And as we put on the armor, we stand tall and with confidence, the mind focused of what we're about to do. We're taking up you know, stand up for the little man in the fight against suffering. And recite the mantra 7 times. Vajaped Padmasori Ped Nebashenaganang Taita Saurita Hanana Vashana Raksha Soha Vajaped Padmasori Ped Nebashenaganang Taita Saurita Hanana Vashana Raksha Soha Vajaped Padmasori Ped Nebashenaganang Taita Saurita Hanana Vashana Raksha Soha Vajaped Padmasori Ped Nebashenaganang Taita Saurita Hanana Vashana Raksha Soha Vajaped Padmasori Ped Nebashenaganang Taita Saurita Hanana Vashana Raksha Soha Vajaped Padmasori Ped Nebashenaganang Taita Saurita Hanana Vashana Raksha Soha Vajaped Padmasori Ped Nebashenaganang Taita Saurita Hanana Vashana Raksha Soha. So that's Varsha. So we now stand well prepared with the armor in place. Now we call upon Black Manjushri. So why do we need Manjushri if you're already dressed in armor? Well, if you think about a medical team, you don't just have the surgeon in the room. There will be at least, depending what's being performed, a nurse to assist. Or if it's something bigger, you might have an anesthetist, you might have some registrars, you might have a clean nurse, a dirty nurse, depending who's handling the sterile equipment, who's taken the other one away. You have the cleaners and everything else just to make sure that everything's there. But if you're thinking about going into battle as well, Black Manjushri here, holding a scripture in the left hand and a sword in the right. The sword could be seen as a scalpel. The scripture can also sometimes be sometimes referred to in the medical text, or sometimes even could be seen as one of those healing plants. So again, he's your field medic. He's your backup. Something goes through the armor. It's always good to have some more on the team. So if you visualize Black Manjushri with a wrathful face, he has 3 eyes. And as we already said, he holds a scripture in the left hand and a sword in the right. He's adorned with precious bone ornaments. He stands in the midst of a mass of fire. Flames of clear light emanate from his heart, pervading inside and outside of our bodies and the bodies of all other sentient beings, purifying away all negative karma, obstructions, sickness, spirits, I refer to previous note, and dangers, as well as burning away all black magic, curses, and so forth. So recite the mantra again 7 times. Om tam chu chu su dutra su demi su ningu la chakala jakam shantam bepe su ha. Om tam chu chu su dutra su demi su ningu la chakala jakam shantam bepe su ha. Om tam chu chu su dutra su demi su ningu la chakala jakam shantam bepe su. Om tam chu chu su dutra su demi su ningu la chakala jakam shantam bepe su ha. Om tam chu chu su dutra su demi su ningu la chakala jakam shantam bepe su ha. Om tam chu chu su dutra su demi su ningu la chakala shantam bepe su ha. Om tam chu chu su dutra su demi su ningu la chakala jakam shantam bepe su ha. Okay, so now that we're fully prepared, we are getting ready to recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. Given the time that we have, what we're going to do, as I did in previous sessions, and again, if you've heard me before, you will not find. Maybe you find the combination quite nice. Is another one of Thangtong Gyalpo's prayer. It's the prayers to the sublime Chenrezig. And this particular prayer we run parallel to liberating Sakya from disease. And within that prayer, which Thangtong Gyalpo recited when he was the monk Pema Gyalpo in a previous life, he recites this prayer to Chenrezig, and also acknowledges all the 6 realms. So the 3 lower realms, as we said at the opening, Maya is the suffering in the lower realms. So there are 3 of them: the hell realms, the hungry ghosts, or craving spirits, as they're sometimes referred to, and the animal realm. Then we have the 3 upper realms: the realm of human, men, demigods, and the gods. So we're going to address all those. And because of the time that we have, we will recite the Sakya prayer 3 times for each realm. And if you think about, again, because of the time that we have, why 3 times? 1 recitation for the suffering of the body, 1 recitation for the suffering of the speech, and 1 of the mind, body, speech, and mind. So again, connect with the prayers that you're reciting. Do it in a way that that really works, that connects you. Look at the wording, and if you have to do it slowly initially, take your time. And once you get the feel for the prayer and you recite it then a bit faster, it's not a big deal. But it's better to do 1 very focused than trying to get through too many prayers by just rattling them through. So that comes with, the more we recite, like anything we do, So yeah, we do that, and then it should take us about 25 minutes, I think. So we take our time. We don't have to rush. Okay. So let me just quickly have a look in case something was missed. Any messages? Oh, bless you all. Thank you very much. Who's T? Okay. What do you feel on the word compassion? Well, let me just have a quick look at this while we're here. What do you feel about the word compassion? Good question. I feel humanity, strength, and loving power. Yeah. It has to be unconditional. That's the most important thing. Yeah. Unconditional. It's not, I like you when you do this. That's the most important thing. And having that freedom to be able to love all beings, how liberating that it must be. That, nobody can tell you, oh, but you shouldn't like that person. Why not? Why not? We have profound to love each other. Okay. Love you. Oh, that's very nice of you, T. Hello, Darlo. Is it Darlo? Oh, Dario. Lovely. Thank you very much for joining. So yeah, I'm just, as I said, I'm trying to make a little bit more of an effort to take notice of people that actually take the time out of their daily schedules to join us. So if there's somebody who sort of puts something, I think it's nice that we again acknowledge, and it's that little bit, it's the little things in life that make the difference. We always think, oh, it has to be big. Oh, start small, build it up, make the little things count. That's the important bit. Okay. So that's why we have to start with us, with ourselves. Okay, so we're gonna the introduction of the prayers to Chenrezig, the prayers to the Sublime Chenrezig. We do the introduction verses, and then we move on to the 6 realms, and then once we've reached one of the realms, we then recite. Sorry, my keyboard is falling a little bit apart here. The gel cover, and then we recite 3 times for each realm, and then we just take our time. All right. I pray to you, Lama Chenrezig. I pray to you, Yidam Chenrezig. I pray to you, most sublime Chenrezig. I pray to you, great refuge and protector Chenrezig. To you I pray, loving protector Chenrezig. Please hold us with your compassion, compassionate Buddha, for all beings who have been wandering countless numbers of times in endless samsara, and who endure unbearable torments. There is no other refuge than you, great protector. start now with the realms. And again, if you think about that, the realms are manifestations of our mind. And when you listen to way this prayer is actually put together, what it says about the hell realm, what it says about the hungry ghosts, the occurring spirits, what it says about it, you will find that within it, we can identify states of mind. And that is something that we can see in ourselves on a daily basis. And we just have to, work out how we can avoid falling into those realms. Again, being mindful, being prepared to change, within those little elements. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of hatred, one is born in the hells. May all beings who endure the tortures of heat and cold be reborn in your presence, great symbol of perfection. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as times of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that like a watcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the winds not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May a sound of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 word spirits at Amsadni, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as sounds of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, in the sound of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 word spirits at Amsadni, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Akinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So one more time for the hell realm. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the sound of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 word spirits at Amsadni, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we just think about what it said there, the actions accumulate since beginningless time, the influence of hatred, one is born in the hells. And then it talks about, may all beings who endure the tortures of heat and cold be reborn. Think about it, hot and cold. We blow hot and cold, really, don't we? When we're in a foul mood, when we really don't like somebody. God, we can give them the cold shoulder, or we give them hell. That sort of stuff. You think about it, how that brings you back into the here and now. And if you think also about when we decided to invite Tara and the guardians, by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, we'll be taking refuge in the guru and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians. And we have acknowledged the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, because we acknowledged the actions of body, speech, and mind that they have caused harm. We acknowledge that in order to change, we need to be engaging in wholesome actions. So it's all coming together. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of avarice, one is born in the realm of craving spirits. May all beings who endure the tortures of starvation and thirst be reborn in the presence. In your presence in the perfect pure land of the Potala. Yeah. Starvation and thirst, always, wanting more. If you think about the hungry ghosts, the craving spirits, they've never enough. They've never enough. Always need more. They can't be, their thirst can't be quenched. They always need more. So again, just being mindful of that. May all the diseases that say in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as times of grass, sinners and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interference, the 360-year-old spirits around suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are from they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that say in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as sounds of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 spirits that I'm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that say in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as sounds of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. And may sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360-year-old spirits that I'm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Just wondering, how many of you have compassion for Yama, the Lord of Death? The unembodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. Fine. Yeah, we don't want the diseases. The mere sounds of whose names terrify beings. So the power of the word itself, the sound of the name. Yeah, the sound of the word terrify beings. as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. So Yama is terrifying. Why? Don't want to deal with them. Jaws of death, the mouth of death. Think about sharks. Think about crocodiles and alligators. Yet you see fish swim in and do oral hygiene for those beings. Yeah? Or birds. Why'd they go in there? Compassion. Yeah, you can argue, well, what they eat that. But think about it. If what is Yama doing? Yama is having a function. Yeah? I'm looking after. He's a gatekeeper. You don't want to be reborn? Don't come this way. We go through his domain every time we go into the cycle of birth. Birth and death, birth and death, birth and death. So, as long as you get to break free from that. So be compassionate. Be compassionate with Yama. Okay. So the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning's time under the influence of ignorance, one is born as an animal. All beings afflicted by the sufferings of stupidity and dullness be reborn in your presence, O protector. Ignorance. That's the key, isn't it? We're ignorant about something. But also it says, sentient beings, whatever substance they are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered. Because it's sort of just in this trot, we're easily led. We also, our ignorance, we easily think about the mass campaign that goes on right now to change the minds and views, on social media when it comes to vaccine, to political views, to this, to that. It's quite an effort there, So we're easily led sometimes in that state. Yeah, and used, for the benefit of others. So let's think about that. All the diseases that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as sounds of grass, pits, sinners, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, in the sound of whose names, therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have raises and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and three jewels, by the power of the Dakis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as sounds of grass, pits, sinners, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings they are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, in the sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 with spits and sudden, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have raids and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma as results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One more time. May all the diseases that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings they are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 spirits that I'm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Lakis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, so that's the lower arms done. So now we start on the upper arms. I might just have to speed up slightly. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning this time under the influence of desire, one is born in the realm of man or human. May all beings who endure the pains due to excessive activity and constant frustration be reborn in the perfect pure land of devotion. So again, we very much in a desire realm, the sense realm. We constantly, we get, do everything to excess. It's very much big parties. Excessive partying, excessive drinking, excessive eating, excessive this, excessive that. Must have. So again, we have the advantage in this particular realm, to look at this. We have an excess, but we also have the suffering. We can balance it out. We can make a decision to break free from this cycle. We just have to focus, wanting to break free. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the hounds of class spirits, sinners, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May son of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 spirits that I'm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Lakis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as sounds of class spirits, sinners, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May son of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 spirits that I'm sudden, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind with radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Lakis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its result. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One more time for this realm. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as thousands of class spirits, sinners, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 spirits that I'm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Lakis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So that's the third time for this realm of men. But thank you very much. I will put that little kitty cat up there as a placeholder. If you think about it, in the jaws of Yama, the Lord of Death, when we said, can we be compassionate with Yama? If you think about the kitty cat, if it catches a mouse, if it catches a bird, to that mouse or the bird, the cat is Yama. Yet we can love the cat. It's a bit difficult for the mouse to go like, oh, thank you very much for eating. Sorry for picking on that little kitty cat, but it's just, if you think about it, how can we be compassionate to a being that has certain qualities or has certain actions? Think about your pets. What can they do? What do you feed them? What they do out on their own? Okay, so we've done the realm of man. Okay, through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning of time under the influence of jealousy, one is born in the realm of jealous demigods. May all beings who endure the pains of fighting and quarreling be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as times of cross spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May son of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferes, the 360 with spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of rage and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as times of cross spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, and may sons of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 with spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind of rage and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Naginis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One last time for the realm of the demigods. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the house of cross spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the sons of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 with spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of rage and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So the last realm now, the realm of the gods. And again, think about what it sort of states. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning's time under the influence of pride, one is born in the realm of gods. May all beings who undergo the sufferings of transmigration and fall be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. If you think about it, really, those who live complete luxury. Yeah. Oh, look at me. Ooh, I have a 5,000 pound bag. I have this. But that sort of, completely disconnected from the reality of suffering that exists in other places. So again, the state of mind you have to be in, just being sort of whatever, doesn't affect me, not in my backyard. As long as it's not in my backyard, who cares? That sort of, May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as times of cross spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. Whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the rounds of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 that spit at suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have raised and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma, practice, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma, temporary conditions such as sounds of clouds, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names have had beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 but spirits that have suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have rights and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma, practice, and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of clouds, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 but split that have suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have brains and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma, protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, so just conclude the prayer. Throughout all my existence, may I, by deeds like those of Chenrezig, also liberate beings in impure places and spread the supreme sound of the six-syllable mantra or Mani Padme Hum throughout the 10 directions. By the power of thus praying to you, most sublime one, may all beings I would have to train pay greatest attention to karma, strive to act virtuously, and practice the Dharma for the sake of all beings. So that concludes the main prayer. Just time for the dedications. So I'll do it a little bit quick. I'm going to be back after anyway. So, okay. May we dedicate to the benefit of all mother sentient beings, our precious gurus, and the Sangha community. May they all live long and healthy lives, and if they haven't done so already, achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we never be separated from virtuous friends in the Dharma and this in all future lifetimes. Due to all the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha, lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen, arise, and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings. May all war, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world and all danger for earth, water, fire, wind be pacified immediately. And may the Buddha Dharma last for a long time. And may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who's completely empty of existing from my own side. So, the long life prayers for His Holiness and Lama Zopa. Gangri Rawe Kerwe Jinkam Di Pendang Deva Malo Jungwene Chenrezig Wan Tenzing Yatse Yi Shape Sita Badu Thank you Ho Chi Tu Tzu Shang Xing Yang Gen Ge Wei Ten Jing Ken Pe Wei Kun Zu Du Bo Zi Chok Song Ke Wei Le Kun Tu Tu Fa Dak So Ku Je Kun Du Sha Ten Shu. Thank you very much, everyone who joined me in this session. Thank you very much for anyone who supported Prayerthon throughout the day and who's going to be here for Venerable Kadro, who's taking over the next slot. Thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute. Thank you very much to all you wonderful people for the support you've given Prayerthon over the last year. And I'm sure you will carry on supporting all the wonderful leads and our tech team in whatever way you can. So thank you very much to everyone. Venerable Kadro, over to you. I hope you're well.
I'm well. Thank you. I hope you're well.
Yes, not bad, not bad. It's getting a bit warm over here, but I shouldn't complain. If it gets too cold, we complain about the cold. You know, at least we have the luxury of feeling various temperatures. That is worth something. We can always acclimatize. Venerable Kadro, I see you the other side of the session.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, so let's begin with a very positive motivation for doing this practice. So there's been a lot of suffering in the world over the past year and a half as a result of COVID, and it's still going on, hasn't ended. Still people are getting infected and getting sick and dying, and so they themselves have suffering, and then there are family members and friends of those who've been affected by COVID, and they are affected as well. The suffering of seeing their loved ones suffer, and the suffering of grief if their loved ones pass away, and so on. So it's something that's affected a huge number of people, and it's continuing. So Lama Zopa Rinpoche advised us to do these prayers, a weekly prayer-a-thon, 24 hours of prayers, particularly to clear away this disease and all the suffering that it brings. But there's so many other problems as well, many other kinds of diseases that people are suffering from and dying from. And then there's wars, like right now in Afghanistan, and, you know, the situation is just horrific. The fighting, the killing, people fleeing, becoming homeless and hungry and living in fear and uncertainty, and many other places in the world as well, where there's different kinds of problems. So this is samsara. Samsara is a huge ocean of dangers and sufferings. So all of us who are in samsara, even if at this moment we're not experiencing any big problems, but we have the causes of problems in our minds just waiting to ripen and bring problems. So none of us is completely free. And but we have the potential to be free. That's the wonderful thing. The good news is samsara isn't a permanent situation. It's not going to last forever. There is freedom from samsara, and we're very fortunate that we have access to the Dharma teachings, because the Buddha found a way out of samsara. He did it himself, and then he taught how to be free of samsara so that others could follow. So we're extremely fortunate that we have the chance to learn the Buddha's teachings and practice them, and in that way create the causes
to be free of samsara. And the best motivation we can have for the practices that we do is thinking of all living beings, not just oneself, me, and not just my circle of family and friends, the people I care about, but really opening our minds and our hearts and thinking of all living beings. We're all in this boat together, this prison of samsara. We all want to be happy and free. We all want to be without suffering and pain. And we all have the ability, the potential to do so. So really open your heart, your mind, and think of all living beings and make that the reason, the motivation for doing these prayers and practices, to help all living beings be free of all of their different kinds of sufferings and problems, and the causes of these, which are afflictive states of mind, like greed, hatred, ignorance, and also karma, imprints from actions that we do under the influence of afflictive emotions. So these are the causes of suffering, but again, they are not permanent, fixed things. They can be purified and removed. So let's do this for ourselves, and then the more we can free ourselves from suffering and the causes of suffering, the more able we will be to help others do the same. So that's the long-term goal. Long-term goal is reaching enlightenment to help all sentient beings. But short-term, for right now, we just do as much as we can to benefit others, to bring them peace and happiness, and to relieve their suffering. So while doing the prayers, it's good to imagine we are in the presence of the Buddha. So he's there in front of us, made of light, radiant, peaceful, blissful, looking with eyes of compassion to ourselves and to all other living beings. And you can imagine many other Buddhas and Bodhisattvas around him, including Tara and Chenrezig will be reciting their mantras a bit later. And it's also nice to imagine all living beings around us doing these prayers and practices along with us. So the first prayer is taking refuge. This comes from the prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, called the Blessed Prayer, known as liberating Shakya from disease. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now we'll recite the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, a few malas, and good to imagine Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion, and the space in front. Again, blissful, radiant, looking very compassionately at oneself and all other beings. and being completely ready to help us, to help each and every one of us to be free of suffering and its causes, and to reach happiness and its causes. So while reciting the mantra, imagine light flowing from Chenrezig's heart or from his whole body, and the light flows into yourself and all other living beings sitting around you. You can imagine them reciting the mantra as well. And the light fills our bodies and minds down to the tiniest particles, and it purifies all negative energy of our body and mind. So that includes sickness and other kinds of physical problems, and also karma, afflictive emotions in our minds. Imagine these getting purified, our body and mind becoming calm, clean, clear like crystal. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om And now we'll recite the mantra of Tara, because His Holiness the Dalai Lama recommended that practice for COVID. So you can imagine Mother Tara there in front, along with the Buddha and Chenrezig and all the other Buddhas. And she's like a mother, just as a mother looks on her small child with complete love and compassion and being completely dedicated to taking care of her child in every way. So Mother Tara looks on us and all other sentient beings in a similar way, like her children. So she's always there for us, ready to help us, take care of us, relieve us from our suffering, and guide us to be completely free of suffering. So again, imagine light flowing from Tara's holy body into yourself and all other sentient beings surrounding you. And again, this purifies all negativities and blesses our mind, our potential to develop all the positive qualities up to enlightenment. Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Soha. 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 Om Tare Ture 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 Soha. Om Tare tu tare ture soha. And now the mantra of Black Manjushri, which is also good for clearing away diseases. So we'll do this mantra 21 times. Om Trasa Chusa Dirty Sidermisiningala Chocolata Sham Tam Bebe Soha. Om Trasa Chusa Dirty Sidermisiningala Chocolata Sham Tam Bebe Soha. Om Trasa Chusa Dirty Sidermisiningala Chocolata Sham Tam Bebe Soha. Om Trasa Chusa Dirty Sidermisiningala Chocolata Sham Tam Bebe Soha. Om Trasa Chusa Dirty Sidermisiningala Chocolata Sham Tam Bebe Soha. Om Trasa Chusa Dirty Sidermisiningala Chocolata Sham Tam Bebe Soha. Om Trasa Chusa Dirty Sidermisiningala Chocolata Sham Tam Bebe Soha. Om Trasa Chusa Dirty Sidermisiningala Chocolata Sham Tam Bebe Soha. Om Trasa Chusa Dirty Sidermisiningala Chocolata Sham Tam Bebe Soha. Om Trasa Chusa Dirty Sidermisiningala Chocolata Sham Tam Bebe Soha. Om Trasa Chusa Dirty Sidermisiningala Chocolata Sham Tam Bebe Soha. Om Trasa Chusa Dirty Sidermisiningala Chocolata Sham Tam Bebe Soha. Om Trasa Chusa Dirty Sidermisiningala Chocolata Sham Tam Bebe Soha. Om Trasa Chusa Dirty Sidermisiningala Chocolata Sham Tam Bebe Soha. Om Trasa Chusa Dirty Sidermisiningala Chocolata Sham Tam Bebe Soha. Om Trasa Chusa Dirty Sidermisiningala Chocolata Sham Tam Bebe Soha. Om Trasa Chusa Dirty Sidermisiningala Chocolata Sham Tam Bebe Soha. Om Trasa Chusa Dirty Sidermisiningala Chocolata Sham Tam Bebe Soha. Om Trasa Chusa Dirty Sidermisiningala Chocolata Sham Tam Bebe Soha. Om Trasa Chusa Dirty Sidermisiningala Chocolata Sham Tam Bebe Soha. Om Trasu Chusu Dirtisider Misinyangala Chakalatsa Kam Shantam Bebe Soha. Okay, so then the actual prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. So maybe I'll read this 2 or 3 times, depending on how much time it takes. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakini, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now I'm going to recite verses from Shantideva's Bodhicharivatara. May all beings everywhere plagued by sufferings of body and mind obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness, and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, especially COVID, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then, may I too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. to now dedication prayers, to dedicate the merit from these prayers and mantras and so on, but also all the other merit accumulated by all beings, both ordinary beings as well as Arya beings, especially Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in the past, the present, the future. So like a huge ocean of merit, positive energy. So we dedicate all this merit to enlightenment for the benefit of all sentient beings. Due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of a Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exception into that enlightened state. May the supreme jewel bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Just as the brave Manjushri and Samantabhadra too realize things as they are, I too dedicate all these merits in the best way, that I may follow their perfect example. I dedicate all these roots of virtue with a dedication praised as the best by the victorious ones, thus gone of the 3 times, so I might perform good works. Due to all these merits, may all the father and mother sentient beings have all happiness, and may all the lower realms be empty forever. Wherever there are bodhisattvas, may all their prayers be accomplished immediately. May I cause all this by myself alone. Due to all the merit accumulated in the 3 times by myself and others, may those beings who merely see, hear, remember, touch, or talk to me be freed in that very second from all their sufferings and abide in happiness forever. Whatever suffering sentient beings experience, may it ripen on me. Whatever merit and its resulting happiness I have accumulated, may others experience it. And the long life prayers for His Holiness and Lama Zopa Rinpoche. In the land encircled by snow mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good. All powerful Chenrezig Tenzin Gyatso, please remain until samsara ends. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 jewels, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And finally, to seal the dedication with reflection on emptiness. So by all the merit accumulated by yourselves and others, which is empty of existing inherently independently from its own side, may the I, who is empty of existing inherently, but merely labeled by the mind, quickly reach enlightenment, which is also empty, existing inherently, but is merely labeled by the mind, and lead all other sentient beings who are also empty, existing inherently from their own side, to that state of enlightenment as well. When is the cat going to lead? Isn't it the cat's turn?
Would be cute. Oh, bless. Oh. They're all gone quiet. Not even a meow.
Yeah.
Oh, bless. No,
sorry, I went a little over time.
Don't worry about it. I'm okay. It's you know, it's nice when you sort of, you know, do that nice rounding up. It's nice to just finishing off nice and easy. So thank you very much. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Cadro, I see you next week. Be well, be safe, and take care.
Thank you.
Bye. Just have a look who's here. So we got so that was Venerable Cadro from Savasti Abbey. So thank you very much. We got Nana here. Hello, Nana, and hello, Sarah. Oh, Sarah just switched off. That's okay. No worries, but it's always nice to see people join in and you know, taking time out. So thank you very much for all the support that you have shown through these sessions, whether you just manage to have a little bit of time to pop in and then support one of the leads a little bit, you know, can have more time to do throughout the day. So thank you very much for every you know, session that you can support that fits into your schedule. And it shows two things. It shows that you can appreciate what the leads are doing, but also it shows us that what we're doing is providing some form of benefit. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. So thank you very much for your kindness of supporting us in that way. Talking about support, it's the end of day. Again, I just mentioned it. There is down in YouTube. There's a little link for donations. If you can spare a few pennies, that would be great. The Sangha community is not taking any money out of that. It just helps with the running of the with the streaming on YouTube and Zoom, etc. There are certain costs involved. So if you can spare a few pennies, that's great. If not, you know, that's, you know, we appreciate you being here and supporting us in other ways. All right, so we got about 25 minutes left. So we do that nice and easy. Let's have a quick look. Yeah, so good. If we just take a refresh our mind, just bring it back to base. And what we're doing, we're reciting the 4 immeasurables for motivation. May all beings enjoy happiness and the causes of happiness. May all beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May all beings never be apart from the supreme bliss, which is free of all suffering. May all sentient beings live in the great equanimity, free from the attachment and aversion that keeps some close and others distant. If you visualize in the space in front of us, our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig. If you had the initiations, please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the Guru in the space in front above the crown of your head. The Guru is above the crown of your head, facing the same direction as yourself. If you're joining us from a different different faith, just visualize the deity most closely associated with love and compassion. And for those of you who do not wish to engage in deities, just visualize a clear light in the space in front of your head, front of you or above the crown of your head, and let that light be filled with unconditional love and compassion for all mother sentient beings. Visualize that light radiates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions and across the 6 realms. Finding each and every one of the infinite number of sentient beings, and light beams enter the crowns of their bodies, crown of their heads, and filling it with that unconditional love and compassion that the Guru sends out through the light, cleansing away all negative karma and delusions of past lifetimes, atom by atom, space between those atoms, revealing more and more of our true nature, our Buddha nature. Acknowledging our faults of body, speech, and mind that has caused so much suffering since beginningless time to other beings and in return to ourselves. May we make the promise to all mother sentient beings that from now on we will do better. We will try our hardest to do better, to engage only in wholesome actions that may benefit all mother sentient beings and free them from suffering or ease the suffering. And recognizing that these beings like us do not wish to be in a state of suffering, but enjoy the happiness that is free from suffering. And we call on Mother Sentient Beings now and taking refuge in the Guru. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and the King. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having called upon Mother Sentient Beings to join us in taking refuge, the Guru is pleased, and as the Guru smiles, the purifying light nectar intensifies, cleansing away more and more of the negative karma and delusions of past lifetimes. And again, revealing more and more of our true nature, our Buddha nature. So much so that we begin to glow and radiate light back to the Guru and all Mother Sentient Beings, exchanging ourselves with the Guru and all Mother Sentient Beings. And again, we recognize that was through the actions of body, speech, and mind represented by Om that we have caused suffering. And we wish to transform. We would wish to transform into the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind, also represented by Om of the Guru. In order to do that, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combine those in Om. So as we recite the Mani mantra, maybe visualize how we continue to exchange ourselves with the Guru and all Mother Sentient Beings, becoming one with the Guru and becoming one with all Mother Sentient Beings, shining brightly like a beacon to those who are still lost in the darkness, guiding them to safety and finding them in the darkness and lead them to liberation. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, 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 Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Having acknowledged our faults and promise to engage from now on only in wholesome actions, having taken refuge in the Guru, and having exchanged ourselves with the Guru and all Mother Sentient Beings by reciting the Mani mantra, may we visualize ourselves now as pure and holding on to the pure state. We now recite the prayers to the sublime Chenrezig, prepared by Thangtong Gyalpo, which he recited in a previous life as the monk Bema Kapo. during 60 years of doing nongness between the age of 20 and 80. So we recite this prayer once, and then we do the 3 recitations of the Thangtong Gyalpo liberating Sakya from disease prayer. I pray to you, Lama Chenrezig. I pray to you, Yidam Chenrezig. I pray to you, most sublime Chenrezig. I pray to you, great refuge and protector Chenrezig. To you I pray, loving protector Chenrezig. Please hold us with your compassion, compassionate Buddha, for all beings who have been wandering countless numbers of times in empty samsara and to endure unbearable torments. There is no other refuge than you, great protector. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of hatred, one is born in the hells. May all beings who endure the tortures of heat and cold be reborn in your presence, great symbol of perfection. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of avarice, one is born in the realm of craving spirits. May all beings who endure the tortures of starvation and thirst be reborn in your presence in the perfect pure land of the Potala. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of ignorance, one is born as an animal. May all beings afflicted by the sufferings of stupidity and dullness be reborn in your presence, O Protector. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of desire, one is born in the realm of men. May all beings who endure the pains due to excessive activity and constant frustration be reborn in the perfect pure land of Devashin. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of jealousy, one is born in the realm of jealous semigods. May all beings who endure the pains of fighting and quarreling be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of pride, one is born in the realm of gods. May all beings who undergo the suffering of transmigration and fall be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. Throughout all my existence, may I, by deeds like those of Chenrezig, also liberate beings in impure places and spread the supreme sound of the 6-syllable mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, throughout the 10 directions. By the power of thus praying to you, most sublime one, may all beings I will have to train pay the greatest of attention to karma, strive to act virtuously and practice dharma for the sake of all beings. So 3 recitations of the main prayer, simply because of the time. And again, visualize how each recitation goes across all the 6 realms, freeing beings from the suffering of the body, the suffering of the speech, and the suffering of the mind. May all the diseases that say the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of cross speeds, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases in the sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 8,000 classes of interference, the 360 what spits at them suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 Jewels, by the power of the Rakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that set the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of cross speeds, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interference, the 360 of split arm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One last time, really visualize how through the power of this prayer, those who are sick are being restored into to good health. Those who have passed into the body are being reborn in favorable conditions. And those who suffer hardships in by other means, be given whatever resources required to re-establish themselves free from suffering and in a state of happiness, so that they may be able to take care of themselves, their friends, family, their communities, and all sentient beings at large. May all the diseases that are in the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grasping sinners and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the instant not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 with split arm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay. Dedications. May we dedicate to our mother sentient beings. May our mother sentient beings be free from suffering and its causes. And may all sentient beings live long and healthy lives in a bliss that is free from suffering. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible and never be separated from the Dharma and the precious community of Sangha and the teachings and virtuous friends. And may we be the cause for them to achieve all this. May we dedicate to the community of Sangha, not just our own tradition, but all traditions around the world, for keeping the flame of the Dharma alive by engaging in studies, providing teachings, and carrying out translations work and other meaningful ways of enabling others to access the Dharma. May the community of Sangha live a long and healthy life, never be separated from the Dharma and precious virtuous friends. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we always benefit from the person in this in all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the wonderful lay community who so kindly supports the Sangha by giving their time, expertise, and financial support so freely to ensure that Dharma centers and events can operate, and charitable projects can come off the ground and materialized so that other sentient beings may benefit. May the lay community live long and healthy lives, never be separated from the Dharma, the community of Sangha and virtuous friends. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible, and may we always share our paths with theirs in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to our wonderful teachers and gurus who, if they haven't done so already, may achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible Thanks to the great kindness they have engaged us in practices from our early steps to where we're now on the path, to ensure that we fully engage in what is right and to benefit all other sentient beings. May we never be separated from our precious friends in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. May he live a long and healthy life. May his wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may we be fortunate enough to benefit from his presence in this and all future lifetimes, and benefit from his great wisdom, love and compassion and guidance wherever we meet him. May we dedicate to the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who through his great vision and foresight has engaged us in this prayer-thon, and by doing so has brought the community of Sangha much closer together across the globe, and has also brought us closer together with those of you who've joined us for the past year in online, in Gompas, in centers, and has offered support so that we can fully engage in our practices to benefit all mother sentient beings. May Lama Zopa live a long and healthy life, his wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may we benefit from his presence in this and all future lifetimes, and his guidance as well. Due to all the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of Bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of these, due to the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from his own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. The long life prayer for His Holiness and Lama Zopa. Gangri Rawe Kuwe Shinkam Di Pendang Dewa Malu Jungwe Ni Chenrezig Wanden Zingyatsu Yi Shaben Site Badu Dengyu Hochi Tuchel Changjin Yam Gyun Gyawe Tenzin Kyun Pewe Kunzu Duk Fu Tse Chok Song Kewe Lek Mun Tudru Pahadak Sok Duje Gundu Shab Ten Sho. Thank you very much, everyone who so generously supported Prayer-a-thon for the past year, today, and my sessions and all the previous sessions. And for those of you who are staying on to support Venerable Angie Muir, who's rounding up today's Prayer-a-thon shortly. Thank you very much to all the wonderful people at Chenrezig Institute for so diligently hosting Prayer-a-thon every Saturday for 24 hours on Zoom and YouTube, when the center has other events running and live streaming to do. So thank you very much to each and every one of you. Thank you to those who left wonderful comments online or sent in messages. Much appreciated. I hope I see you all next week. Circumstances permitting and, our good karma. Look forward to seeing you all And thank you very much, Nana, for joining on Zoom. And I see Venerable Angie's there, ready to go.
Hi.
She's always fired up, always fired up. How are you, Venerable?
I'm very good, and you?
Yeah, not bad, not bad. I'm done for the day, and you're rounding things up now.
Yeah,
I think we had another successful prayer-thon, may I say.
Oh, good.
It's like it. I think we're getting more into the swing of things.
Yeah, that's good.
The last year was warming up, wasn't it?
Yeah. Trying not to do too many follow-ups. There was a couple of follow-ups I noticed in the emails about sessions, but not too much.
No. I mean, you know me, I nag. You know, there's the one that goes like, one that comes from the office telling you, oh yeah, you know, how's everyone, by the way, you know, better sign up before Frank starts nagging. And then I just sort of the first one that goes out to say where we're at, and then the current one, and then the final one to see, just in case somebody missed an email. So yeah, I'll be doing all right. So it's been, you know, it's nice to see people sort of coming back from retreats, some go on retreats. So there's always that sort of nice little turnaround. But we manage. We always done, we always will. Thanks to the wonderful efforts of everyone and the kind support and motivation that we're being sent. So yeah, I'm looking forward to another weekend, you know, of prayer-thon. That sounds mean, doesn't it? I'm looking forward to it. Well, not in a way that the pandemic has to last, but I think from the beautiful atmosphere and community that it has created, you know, so that we can benefit others. I think that is, you know, what I find quite the joy in what we do, you know, the unconditional support that's being given. So that's, but anyway, I'm eating in the time. I waffled enough today.
Well, I think I mentioned last week I'm not going to be, from next week I'll be away for about 5 weeks. Well, I'm doing a month. I'm going to Landakam abiding for a month, and so it takes about five of these weeks that I'll be away.
Oh well.
I'm not just dropping out. I'll just be doing something.
No.
Anyway.
You know what? I mark that down. I write this down. So see whether somebody comes forward. If not, I cover for you. How about that? Venerable Angie, lovely to see you. So when are you off? Is it as of next week, you said?
Yeah, I'm actually leaving about 3 days after that, but I think it's a bit tight just to do things before I go.
No. You have to get organized.
And I have to, I'm not, you know, I have to get a lot of shopping, and so I thought it's a bit tight to do next week. So
no, that's fine.
So it ends up about 5 weeks that I'm away till it's pretty much to the end of September. That I'm going to be away.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Just getting organized to move somewhere or go somewhere. It's really, you think you got weeks on end, and then you realize, it's just around the corner. You know, no, don't worry.
But it's just because I have to finish off my work and everything here as well. You know,
don't worry. I hope you have a lovely retreat, many realizations, and we see you all refreshed when you get back.
I mean, surely I'll get a lot of realizations in a month, you know.
Sure. You know, you have the nice preconditions already, you know, working that lovely place there. So, Venerable Angie, I look forward to seeing you back on the schedule. Take care and be good. Be safe.
The next month or so as well.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye.
Okay. Again, taking a moment to clarify and refresh our motivation. So wherever we are, whatever we're engaged in, whether it's study, practice, right now we're doing practice, but generally, whatever we're doing, we try to always start with the motivation, remembering that all of us are in samsara, us and so, you know, infinite sentient beings in all the realms, the hell realms, the animal realm, the predator realm, the human realm, and there's the God and demigod realm up to the peak of samsara. We're all under the control of karma and delusions, cycling in birth and death, old age and sickness. So we all share that problem, and that, you know, these types of suffering. And so whatever we're doing, try to remember that and try to motivate that our actions, our body, speech and mind, and particularly doing these prayers, become the cause for ourselves and all sentient beings as fast as space. Each of them also become, whatever they're doing, may become the cause for them to be free from karma delusions, to be free from samsara, and to develop all the qualities on the body's sattva bhumis and levels to achieve enlightenment for themselves and all sentient beings. So always clarifying that motivation, and particularly right now, we're doing this to pacify from the disease of COVID and the variants that are appearing in this world, for that to be pacified, especially in countries where it's particularly strong, India, Brazil, other places where they've had a lot of problem trying to get vaccinations, trying to get different protections. So, but particularly praying for them. So all sentient beings be free of these different types of diseases through our prayers. And today we're also going to do the other prayers from Thangtong Gyalpo at the end. The words of truth, pacifying danger of weapon, and then a request to pacify the fear of famine. So first of all, we're going to do 4 times the prayer liberating Sakya from disease, along with different mantras, about 300 or 400 mani mantras in between each recitation. We do this on the basis of taking refuge in Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharma. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Oh, mani be myo, 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 mani be. Oh, mani be myo, mani be myo, mani be myo, mani be myo, mani. Oh, mani be myo. Oh, mani be myo, mani be myo. Mani be myo, mani be myo, mani be myo, oh, mani be myo, 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 mani be myo. Oh, mani be myo, 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 mani be myo. Oh, mani be myo, 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 mani be myo. Oh, mani be myo, 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 mani be myo. Oh, mani be myo, 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 oh, mani be myo, 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 mani be myo. Oh, mani be myo, 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 mani be myo. Mani be myo, mani be myo, mani be myo, mani be myo, mani be myo. Oh, mani be myo. Actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of spirits, illnesses, and ailments, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings, as though being placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings being harmed by the 8,000 class of harmful interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. And the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of gurus and triple gem, by the power of dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedication and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. So again, motivation. All sentient beings taking refuge together. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakai. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakai. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakai. Oh, money baby, 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 oh, money baby. Oh, money baby, oh, money baby. Oh, money baby, 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 money baby. Oh, money baby, oh, money baby, oh, money baby, oh, money baby. Oh, money baby, 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 oh, money baby. Oh, money baby, oh, money baby, oh, money baby, oh, money baby. Money baby, oh, 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 money baby. Money baby, oh, 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 money. Money baby, oh, 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 money. Money baby, oh, 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 money baby. Oh, money baby, 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 oh, money baby. Oh, money baby, whoa. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of spirits, illnesses, and ailments, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings, as a living place inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings being harmed by the 8,000 class of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. With the compassion of gurus and the triple gem, with the power of dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and with the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedication and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are paid. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, Dhamma. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhamma. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and kines. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhamma. Oh, mani bemyo, mani bemyo, mani bemyo, mani bemyo. Mani bemyo, mani bemyo. Mani bemyo, mani bemyo. Mani bemyo, mani bemyo, mani bemyo, mani bemyo, mani bemyo, mani bemyo, mani bemyo. Oh, mani bemyo, mani bemyo, mani bemyo. Oh, mani padme hum. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of spirits, illnesses, and elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, and the sound of whose names terrifies beings, as though being placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings being harmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, 360 evil spirits harmed suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances, the four elements depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified, and the body and mind have radiance and power, and without form life, with health and well-being. With the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, with the power of the Kinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, with the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedication prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. So do this prayer, whole prayer one more time, with more money paid moons, 500 this time. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, Sangha, we go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities and kings, we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhamma. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, Sangha, we go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities and kings, we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhamma. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities, and kings. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhamma. Oh, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Mani be me, 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 mani be me. Mani be me, mani be me, mani be me. Mani be me, mani be me, mani be me, mani be me, mani be me. Mani be me, 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 mani be me. Mani be me, mani be me, mani be me. Mani be me home. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of spirits, the illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a mutilated being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings, as those being placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings being harmed by the 8,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits harmed suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedication and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. So now I'd like to recite the words of truth, pacifying the danger of weapons, also by Thangtong Gyalpo. O Mani Padme Hum, great loving, victorious one, Arya sublime, compassionate eye looking one. Wrathful, victorious eye, Griva, perfect pure Taran, so good, objects of refuge, whose holy name eliminates all danger upon mere hearing. For compassionate nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings, at the time of quarrelling and flourishing of the 5 generations, are tormented by fighting and intense suffering, from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a great rain, nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrated beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and suspicions to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who, by entering one's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an asura, from now on may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives, and not of sickness, to stop all the quarrelling and fighting, and enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rainfall at the right time, harvest always to be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure nature, unbetraying cause and result, which is the ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind-sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. And then also the one, I request to pacify the fear of famine. Having generated the mind aspiring to the high supreme enlightenment in order to liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate victorious ones, completed the 2 accumulations. The assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, healers, Pratyeka Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yaksha well gods, the Lords of Treasure, along with your retinue. Think of these protectorless living beings, the degenerate times of love, and then in order to truly protect these embodied beings, who are tormented by the suffering of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let flow a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed, jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, and so forth, on this world's land of snows. Please pacify the harms of the 4 elements, untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth, and may nourishing grains from crops, harvests, and so forth ripen and increase like dew during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties through the force of love and compassion, may the aeon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life free from illness. Through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. We'll do the 2 main dedication prayers. Nama Sangye Rugyurne Prova Jigyama Rupa Deye Salagu Bashu Chanju Senjoren Boshe Magi Panam Gyushi Yevanyamba me bayang Gone gondu belwarshu. And then I want to also do in Tibetan the long life prayer for His Holiness. The brief long life prayer that was modified by Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Jitengam di Lende Malupa Yanle Jume Sambel Yishino Karin Zume Tenzin Gyatsojo Kutse Tenjing Tushe Lundru Sho. And I also want to do the longer long life prayer for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, the one that was composed by Trijang Rinpoche, bestowing supreme immortality. Vijaya, all-conquering goddess, whose lunar-like face changes with her changing face, the faintest cooling ray whose mantra name allays the fiery pain of her life's final end. Rainmaker Dept, who brings forth life's rain, here now grant your greatest of gifts, victorious goddess, grant life without end. Hear our prayer, Lama whom we revere, you who bear the name of He peerlessly holds the living essence of pure paradigmatic doctrine, the victors, of He alone adornment the there, of He a guide to sublime liberation, sphere of peace. Precious treasure, precise and subtle reasoning, golden laser light of bright and erring wisdom. Clarifying without confusion the true truths amongst the multiplicity of things, Lama remain immutably amongst us, a radiant Dharma sun. Skilled in sprinkling the waters of healing, fulfilling needs, benefiting all. A laughing smile revealing pills of skill, humility, and constancy, a deep milky sea of liquid moon of morality. Lama remain immutably amongst us, one supremely worthy of veneration. The moon of your Maya and a mind ring round by the fever, cooling camphor of unsullied, unsurpassed soul, brilliantly fills the bounds of space. Unbounded seas, the happiness now and bliss of always, Lama remain immutably amongst us, a moon guiding the way. Your teachings are vast spreading rivers of celestial nectars, your dialectics an invincible cutting badger wisdom. Your writings, thousand-petaled lotuses unfold in their glory, Lama remain immutably amongst us, a guardian of highest knowledge. By the might of seas, the spiritual masters, deities, and doctrine protectors, the power profound dependent arising, and failing emptiness of all that appears, may all the hopes of our prayers with effortless ease be spontaneously fulfilled. And so since it's the last session of the day, we're going to do the multiplying mantras. Jomdende Deshin Shepara Jombayan Dapa Sope Sange Namban Namba Nansi Yogi Gyalpo Lashakse Lu. Chanchu Zemba Zemba Jembo Bindu Zambo Lashakse Lu. Ayada Om Benjagriva Abba Bodhini Suha Om Duru Duru Jayamati Suha. Tayada Om Benjagriva Abba Bodhini Suha Om Duru Duru Jayamati Suha. Tayada Om Benjagriva Abba Bodhini Suha Om Duru Duru Jayamati Suha. Tayada Om Benjagriva Abba Bodhini Suha Om Duru Duru Jayamati Suha. Tayada Om Benjagriva Abba Bodhini Suha Om Duru Duru Jayamati Suha. Tayada Om Benjagriva Abba Bodhini Suha Om Duru Duru Jayamati Suha. Tayada Om Benjagriva Abba Bodhini Suha Om Duru Duru Jayamati Suha. Jomdende Deshin Shepara Jombayan Baba Sope Sangi Mangele Bechuri Kuikel Pula Shakse Lu. Jomdende Deshin Shepara Jombayan Baba Sope Sangi Nuwanda Monlam Tamchi Rabju Drikpe Kelpu Lashakse Lu. Due to the blessings of eminent victorious ones and their sons, the truth of infallible dependent arising, the power of my pure spatial attitude taking responsibility, may all the aims of my pure prayers be accomplished. And we take a moment to dedicate the merits of today. The Buddhas and Bodhisattvas and all sentient beings died 3 times in emptiness. Remember those merits which are empty from the inside. May I, which is empty from its own side, quickly achieve enlightenment, which is empty from its own side. And lead all sentient beings who are empty from their own side to that enlightenment by myself alone, which is also empty from its own side. So sealing all the merits so they don't get lost, like they say in anger. They'll last until enlightenment and after. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're on the text today?
No, I'm in Sydney. Where are you?
Oh, I'm at Rinpoche Lama Zopa's house actually in California.
How beautiful! How wonderful! Well, I rejoice in all the offerings you make. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, yeah. You stay at home, or you live? It looks like you're maybe in your own home.
I am. I'm very close to Adriana. Yeah, it's a little flat.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thanks.